Good morning, Foothills County. Welcome to our Wednesday, September 17th council meeting. I'll call it to order at 9:01 and look for any additions to this morning's agenda. And I believe we have one. Go ahead, Councillor Ohl, or two we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I do have a request for an emergent item, that being the Fish Creek Watershed Association letter of support regarding a WRRP, so Watershed Restoration Resilience Grant. And I would like to ask for that, your consideration of that item due to the nature of the due date of the grant, which was earlier this week, but they would be allowed to submit a letter of support if they were able to have it in just later this week. So just that's the time sensitive aspect of it.
Thank you. So you'll give us that motion to add it as
a please.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. We will add that under F6 on our agenda. Manager Barrett, I'll go to you for your item.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. We would like to request an item for council to consider special ballots. The reason it's emergent, and that's for this upcoming election, of course. The reason it's emergent is because if we are going to allow them, that resolution has to be passed before our nomination day, which is this coming Monday. So it would have to be dealt with today.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Waldorf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to Manager Barrett. Can you please explain what a special ballot is?
Certainly, a special ballot is a method by which somebody who is not going to be available to vote either on election day or on any of our previous
Advanced polls. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if you're looking for a motion, I would give you the motion to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I have had many residents or a few residents reach out and would have requested that special ballot because they're away. So I think it would be great. So I would support the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. We'll add it under F9 special ballots. Thank you. Let's start our roundtable this morning. I'll start with you. Trying to remember. Sorry. Yeah, approval of the agenda. Sorry. Missed that one. We've had a lot of items. Let's look for that. Thank you, Councillor Ohl. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. All right, let's start our roundtable. Councillor Castell, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. Good morning, Foothills. A huge thank you to Public Works for the grading on 434th off Highway 546. Residents phone me and are very grateful and are asking, when's the next time you're going to grade? And I said, I don't know the schedule, so I'm sure you can let me know and I'll tell them. But a huge thank you. They're very grateful. It was full of potholes. That's all I have, Madam Reeve.
Thank you. Councillor Seward.
Thank you, Madam Reeve, and good morning, Foothills. I guess just one item this morning, as questions seem to keep coming. So I guess just through to, I guess our enforcement department, just wondering if we can get a list of sorts or a cheat sheet or something of the sort to help us as electeds understand what bylaws are being chosen not to be enforced. It's just when we have these conversations with residents and with resident businesses who are being held to the highest standard and required to uphold to the letter of the law with our land use bylaw, and then they look across the street and the next guy can do whatever he wants in complete violation of bylaws. And despite complaints, the county just turns a blind eye to it, I guess. So if we could just have an understanding, what bylaws are we choosing to ignore, or whether it's based upon the people or how that choice is being made, it would be appreciated. Thanks.
I'll go to you, Deputy Director Stapley, for comment, and then I do have a follow-up on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the floor, the enforcement department handles bylaw complaints on a complaint basis. I'm not sure the specifics of what you're speaking about. If you're speaking about filming, which has recently come up, the county has never regulated filming on private property and has never required a development permit for that because it would be difficult to maintain and keep up with the amount of development permits that would come through with the amount of filming occurring within the county.
Thank you, Councillor Castel.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I have a lot of filming going on private property all through my area. On 192nd, and out in 338th with Heartland. They film all the time on private property. There was once up the road on the way to Layton Center where they had just a little mobile home and they were filming there. They are really good about signage, and I'm always getting staff reports on what's being filmed on the roads. And I've never once had a complaint, not once in all the years that they've been filming. And it's been over 20 years with Heartland. They'll pull over on a road, but they let everyone in the county know. And they're very grateful for being allowed to do that because the scenery in the background is unbelievable. So I've never ever had a complaint of filming. There even was a burn, and they went to all the neighbors and said they were going to set off some smoke. And that was right next door to a resident of mine. And she said they came to the door and they told me exactly when it was happening and if I wanted to come and watch. They're very careful because they're grateful to be able to film in Foothills County. And it promotes economy in our area to have these things. People come just to see where Heartland's filmed, for example, and other movies that have been filmed in Foothills. So if it's on the filming part of it, it's allowed. They're allowed to do it. If a resident says you want to film on my land and you contact the county, I don't think there is even a bylaw, to my knowledge.
Okay, Councillor Roll.
Oh, thank you, Madam Reeve. I guess since there's been a lot of complaints out in Division 4 over the years, I guess the only thing I would make a statement on in this regard is that the difference here is that there's racing going on. And I think that's a different element compared to filming that we see in other contexts. So I guess that's the part where I see a bit of a challenge there is the full-on event versus the testing of vehicles, which I guess that's where I see a little bit of a difference here. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just looking for a little clarification because I believe in the past in broaching this subject that there is don't the film companies come in and obtain some sort of permission? I thought in the
Okay, CIO Payne, let's talk about this further. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Reeve. Yeah, on that point, oftentimes there is notification provided both to area residents and to the county if there's a requirement for, say, our fire department to be on standby or on call because there may be certain special effects where fire protection is necessary or traffic control. That's where our enforcement or our fire departments may be notified. And from there, typically we would let the area councillor know that there are these sorts of plans as well. Public Works often also receives requests depending on whether there's going to be special requirements in relation to our roads or access. But just to clarify maybe for council, on the item that was discussed last week with the racing site just east of Highway 2, southeast of High River, on that item, there was some enforcement. Enforcement went out and took a look and did a bit of investigating there. That wasn't the typical racing. There was a private contract, as far as we're aware, for a movie that's being filmed in the area. That same film crew was here in High River the last couple of weeks, actually, and they had moved out to that site for a certain specific shot. So that was actually a filming contract with the private landowner. It was not related to the permit and the approvals that were in front of council to be considered. So I just wanted to clarify, because I don't know that all of council knows that that was the finding of that inspection, was that it was a filming activity. It wasn't being used for the purposes of that dealership's typical use that was contemplated in the first reading that council gave on a land use for that application. So that was very different.
Thank you, Deputy Revolder.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the floor. I'm not so sure that Councillor Seward's comments were fair and directing to Protective Services. I believe that our Foothills County Protective Services are consistent in their application and evaluation of bylaws. There's always two sides to the story, which we've not heard. And the bylaw is what it is today. And if it's wrong, if it needs changes, that's the process down the road. But as I say, I don't think it was appropriate comment this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Seward.
Yeah, I guess I asked the question 5 days ago and never got an answer. As I read through the bylaw, land use bylaw, what's taking place, from what I understand, is in direct violation of our land use bylaw. So I guess I would ask for, again, where do we get the idea from our land use bylaw or other bylaw that no development permit required? Just looking for anything, because I see it as direct violation.
Thank you. And I think where the confusion lies here is this is a separate instance from what is being allowed on this site. This was a movie shoot, and we don't have bylaws or restrictions on the movie industry. And we've agreed and had this conversation before that this is a multi-million, billion-dollar industry that injects a lot of revenue and jobs in this area. And for those of you who are unaware, I have one of the biggest movie contractors, John Scott, living in my riding. And between them and Augustina, Albertina, and other sites in this Foothills County area, the amount of jobs and commerce that goes on from the spinoff of the movie industry is huge. And all of Alberta, I don't know of any municipality that impedes the restriction of movie industry. High River benefits, as we've heard, immensely from the movie industry. And today we were actually having a movie shoot with a Netflix film called My Life with the Walter Boys, being shot right here in High River. So we don't go in as a rule and enforce anything in the movie industry. However, we do enforce, from what we've heard, other applications. And I did talk to one of the residents who complained to both Councillor Seward and myself, and explained what was happening, and he was totally fine with that explanation. So I really think in this case, we were not going outside of our bylaws, and we are looking at this company for what they've applied for, which was not to do a movie shoot, and we don't impede that on anybody else's private property in this county for the reasons I've outlined and the economic spin-off that comes from the movie industry. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? CAO Payne.
Yeah, and I just mentioned one more thing. When the explanation about the land use bylaw came to council, the interpretation by our enforcement folks is that filming may be perceived as a special event. The difficulty there is that it's a private event. There are no public attendees at those events. And really it's not an event because some of them are very short and on a small piece of property, maybe not very impactful. Other shoots may be a longer duration and have more impact on the community. Typically, the film industry has been really great with our residents in terms of notifying them of those types of activities, and taking feedback from the community if there's better times throughout the day, if it's interfering with agricultural activities or heavy equipment moving up and down roads. They typically do try and work those things out. This last one, it sounded like it was more of a surprise than it typically is, hence why it blew up at the 11th hour. But we do encourage all of the filming companies and industry to let us know and to let our residents know if there is going to be any form of community impact, so that those impacts can be addressed the best they can.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. They probably could have done a better job, Councillor Seward, of going out and informing the residents in that area that they were shooting a film. And that was a piece I think that was missing here. So anyone else? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the chair, recognizing the comments from the Reeve, the economic benefits, of course, are fabulous, but just from a safety standpoint, just echoing what CAO Payne said, I just think it's important that we impress on the movie companies that they do have contact with us and let us know. My concern is their traffic plans. When they spill out onto the roads and they have 300 or 400 extras, the traffic can become an issue. If it's Albertina Farms, it's on the 552, it's provincial, but you get 400 cars hitting the Davisburg Bridge all at 5 o'clock and they're all racing home, it gets to be an issue. So that's provincial, but whatever we can do to keep an eye on the traffic situation. They are not always stellar on traffic and can cause complications. And if you don't know what's happening, it is quite alarming.
Councillor Ohl.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. And I can just echo those comments that complaints came forward with Division 4, but the situation has been rectified. And through the conversations with the filming industry representatives, they had shared that certain situations were perhaps not up to what they hope to be standards in their own industry for notification and measures that would be really inclusive of the neighbors. So I think that generally there is a higher standard. So I'm not sure what took place here where citizens in the county didn't know in advance. So I think things can be rectified and we're in support of things, but at the same time, the concern here too is maybe the confusion between this one time and the actual application. So that just was a perfect storm for a misunderstanding. Thanks.
Sure, and I think if we could have our bylaw reach out to the landowners and perhaps suggest to them in future they must notify residents and make sure the traffic issues are dealt with and done safely in the area if they want to pursue any more of these types of events there. Certainly recognize that, yes, adding that many people onto a roadway without notifying anyone is problematic. And we need to protect our residents as well. Anyone else on this topic? Okay, I will move on to you then, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. Speaking of traffic, Mr. Kruger, I've received 2 calls this week concerning the traffic that's generated by the Strathcona Tweedsmuir School on Highway 552 and 306th Avenue. About the last time that Darren Davidson was here, he kind of hinted that there was something was gonna happen at that intersection. I'm wondering if you have any knowledge of anything from ATEC that of any kind of improvement in that intersection?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Alger. Apologies, I don't have any update on that, but I can follow up with them.
Okay, yeah, he just kind of in passing, because we were talking about the stop sign, that they wanted a bigger stop sign on that corner, and he said, oh yeah, there's something happening with that intersection, and that's all he said. So okay, if we did we were up there, the resident I was talking to last night, when we were talking, if there was a dedicated left-hand turn lane into the school, it would have to be about 2 kilometers long. Okay, thanks for that. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Waldorf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And through the chair, nothing for Public Works, Engineering, and Parks and Recreation this morning.
Thank you. And I got, it wasn't really a complaint, it was a comment that we're grading the roads too much in my area. So, and it's raising a lot of dust. So, and I know when it gets dry in certain areas of my division, I have the least amount of MRO myself in Division 1, I'm sure, have mostly gravel, and a lot of the residents in a certain area were dealing with a lot of dust that just has been hanging in the valley. So that's my comment for you, but they do recognize if we don't do the roads, then it becomes pothole issue. So, but anyway, yes, thank you for attending to the issues I had this week as well. On to you, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair of Public Works and or bylaw. What do we have for billboard signs? Do we have an inventory of billboard signs? Or do we rent them when we use them?
Through the reef to Councillor McHugh, from Public Works, we have four electronic messaging boards. I believe Emergency Services has one. It's not the electronic one.
Through the chair of the floor, Enforcement Services has 2 speed trailers that'll display speeds, but it won't provide messaging.
Okay, thanks for that. And they're constantly in use? Where I'm going here is traffic safety, and just with it being fall, and I've just about been wiped out about 3-4 times now on the 552, and I'm getting a little anxious about it, getting sideswiped. And if they weren't in use, it was just a thought that maybe we could put them on some of our heavy use roads, and maybe just do the slow down Billy Bob thing or something. Just a thought I was having, but I didn't know how. I'm suspecting that Public Works is probably using them all the time. So just a little inquiry.
I did see we had some signs we put out, slow down farm traffic on the road. So maybe, I don't know if we can get a few more of those and we can stick those on the side of the road as well. I did see them in some other areas for cattle drives, etc. So maybe we could do that, farming in progress, something along that line, or big machinery and farm machinery. Thanks. Councillor Roll?
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I just have a big thank you to everybody that you've been working on all these items in Division 4. So thanks to everybody working on those. And also, I did get a compliment as well. I forgot to mention was 320th Street. Currently, they're really happy with the amount of application of dust control. It's settling down, and it's the perfect road, they're saying. So please don't fix that one after you've done such a great job. So, so I just wanted to pass that on. And there's so much going on. I just thank all the departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go on to our departments. Manager Wiebert, go ahead.
Good morning, Council. I don't have much other than the Alderside Reservoir continues to be worked on by the private contractor, and they're in the process of pumping water and placing sand. So they should be putting the liner on here within the next couple of weeks. Other than that, everything's going smooth, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Director Kruger?
Thank you, Madam Reeve. Just a update. Signs have been ordered for the local traffic and no exit in the Frank Lake area. The potholes south of Diamond Valley, I believe they found them on 176th Street West. They're being looked after. And I had a meeting with the General Manager of Infrastructure at Volker. Talked a little bit about the Davisburg Bridge. Apparently, the asphalt abutting the bridge, that section's the responsibility of a different operations unit. They will speak to the representative there along with ATEC to see, start the discussion at least on what can be done there. So it's the update on that. And also I have item B2 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. On to you, Manager Cornelison.
Good morning, Foothills County. Good morning, Council. So just got a few updates here. I think some of the most questions I'm getting about is where the mowers are at. And so currently the larger Schulte mower is just south of Diamond Valley and is moving north into Division 4. So it seems like he's a little bit behind last year. I'm not sure exactly, but he's going to get there yet. So he's about, I'd say, a month from finishing the whole county. And the two flail mowers are now in kind of Division 4 area doing smaller mow jobs there, and they're going to be moving towards Oaks too within the week. And the finished mowers are somewhat done. They're probably going to do one more mow before the end of the year, and they're just working some odd jobs before they move to brush work. And that's all I've got today. And the sprayers are spraying thistle right now around the county and south of High River, and we're still, dealing with weed complaints as they come in and responding to complaints with landowners. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Manager Porter.
Morning, Madam Reeve. Morning, Council. Just one update for Council this morning. As some of you have received in that email from Manager Sean Murphy and that from the Scott Seaman Sports Rink, the ice has been installed at the arena, and there's already activities taking place. We had a tournament this past weekend at the facility, so everything went well. The new condenser performed flawlessly with the hot temperatures. So we're looking forward to a good season at Scott Seaman Sports Rink. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Stalney.
Good morning, Madam Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just a quick update on our fire risk status. Nothing's really changed over the past week. Did get an update on Monday from Forestry, and they're remaining the same at a moderate risk. They're going to hold still in an advisory. Our regional partners are holding steady with where they're at. Willow Creek and Rocky View advisories. Vulcan County is at a restriction, but they also have one area that doesn't have any restrictions at all. So I'm looking at the weather forecast over the next couple of weeks. We don't see much rain in the forecast, very little actually, with some higher temperatures. So I recommend just holding out our current advisory at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Director Stapley.
Good morning. The only thing I have for council today is I'd like to note that Friday is Manager Bedette's final day with the county after 28 years of service as he heads to retirement. So we'd just like to acknowledge his time and thank him for his service.
Thank you for that. Please pass on our congratulations and hope he enjoys his newly found retirement. Yeah, thank you. I think that completes. So for those of you who don't have anything on our agenda, please have a great rest of your day. And let's work down our agenda if we can. I'll go to B1, Disposal of Equipment 2025, page 3 of our agenda. Manager Weber, go ahead.
Yes, Council, I'm looking for the approval of the dispersal of equipment that's been replaced, and just looking for council's approval to dispose of 11 pieces of equipment.
Thank you. And do you get notified? Of course, you get notified of the prices we get for these when they sell?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, could you just send an email or bring that back to council just so we can see what we're getting for some of this stuff? Be nice to know.
I sure can.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? We'd look for a motion then on this item as indicated on page 3, I believe. No, recommendation from someone, please. Deputy Reeve Waldorf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the floor. Thank you very much for the report and recommendation. I would be prepared to give you the motion to approve administration proceeding with the disposal of the listed equipment utilizing Michener Allen Auction, Calgary.
Thank you. We have the motion. Any further discussion? Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Weberg, the E23655 Freightliner from the fire department, is that an actual fire truck or is that a tender, or you know?
I think that's the fire truck we were referring to a while ago that didn't sell or whatever. We didn't have we had a reserve on it, I think is what I read. Go ahead.
Through Madam Chair to Council Alger, I believe that is the fire truck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at the hours and the miles that it's still in pretty good shape, I would consider, but I understand through the fire code that it just basically timed out, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you. Anyone else? We have a motion from Deputy Reeve. I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you for that. We've got our Director of Public Works. Let's deal with B2, Cayley Subdivision Phase 3 Tender Summary and Recommendation. Page 5 of our agenda. Go ahead, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. McElhaney has completed a full evaluation of the tender submissions received for the Cayley Subdivision Phase 3 project. The tender closed Thursday, September 4th at 2 p.m. A total of 11 bids were received. 10 were deemed compliant following review of completeness, accuracy, and adherence to the tender requirements. 1 was considered non-compliant due to omissions or deviations from the specified submission criteria and were not included in the pricing evaluation. Following the review, East Butte Contracting was identified as the lowest compliant bidder. The contractor has demonstrated the ability to successfully deliver the projects of similar scope, including earthworks, utility, paving, and concrete construction. Overall, they are considered qualified to undertake the project. It's recommended that the contract be awarded to East Butte Contracting for the tendered amount of $1,379,049. Additionally, a 15% contingency is suggested to address potential changes of scope and unforeseen circumstances. I'd just like to provide also an overall big view of this for council. Utilities would be an extra cost additional to what we see here today, including the engineering spent so far and the engineering that's coming up. We're looking at around 2.5 million overall, which brings, with a number of lots, you're looking at about a cost of $62,000 per lot as it stands right now. If there's any questions, I'll try to answer those. Thank you.
All right. And is this for me a budgeted? Is this something that's in our budget?
To the reef. I was hoping Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron would be here to answer that question. I am not. I believe I'm not sure if CIO Payne's aware if this is a budget item or.
Go ahead, CIO Payne.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. Yeah, there are proceeds from sales of lots that are sitting there right now that can go towards the cost. That it wouldn't be full cost recovery from prior sales, however. But so that council is aware as an accounting exercise. Once the lots are developed and serviced and constructed, they sit on our books as an asset, and then we set up a liability on the other side. And then as we collect proceeds from sales, that offsets that cost. So it is a net balance. Now that depends, of course, I'm assuming council is going to set the prices above that 62,000 per lot in order for the math to work out properly.
Yeah, thank you. And so the other prices that are here, they're not including the utility costs either. That's just, it's apples to apples is what I'm asking. Nobody's, because there is quite a discrepancy on the bids here. So, yeah.
That's correct, Madam Reeve. It's apples to bid in front of the results of the tender.
Thank you. Councillor Seward.
Thank you. Yeah, glad that we've got some money, significant money sitting in reserves from previous sales to cover this, and look forward to getting this project happening. So I would give you the motion to award the contract to East Butte Contracting. I guess just another quick comment before I go to Manager Kruger. So on the end, while we're doing digging here, on the west end of Cooch Street, there's 2 lots that have not been sold. My understanding is because the proximity to the landfill, they can't have houses on there. So right now they're just sitting with essentially holes in the lots. So while we're moving dirt, it might be nice if we just threw some topsoil in there and seeded it, because I expect those lots will not sell for a very long time. So rather than leave them as a hole, may as well fill them in and make them look like something. So that's all I had thinking.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councillor Seward. Further discussion on the motion? I don't see any. I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And let's deal with your other item, Manager Weberg. It's in my division. F5, 32nd Street East, letter of request to develop between 402 Avenue East and Highway 7. Page 222 of our agenda. Go ahead, Manager Weberg.
To Madam Reeve. So we've kind of run the small budget with that, but there's quite extensive work that needs to be done to that road, being that the grade right now sits at 33%. Our bylaw, excuse me. The steepest we can build a road is 14%. So we have quite a bit of land to buy, power lines to move, engineering costs, making a deal with the town of Okotoks because 100 meters of that road is part of Okotoks, and realigning the intersection. So I could see it costing 1.5 million for that to be developed.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Waldorf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to Manager Weber. On page 196 of the agenda, the petition to Foothills County Council. They make some comments in here in terms of background and rationale. First one I have a question on is they suggest increased traffic congestion on surrounding routes, particularly during peak travel times, et cetera, et cetera. Have we done any traffic counts to see what the facts are? Before you answer, I'll just give you the second one is the next one. They suggest that there's a heightened risk of collision due to increased volumes on alternative rural roads not designed for high throughput traffic. So I guess they're kind of combined. These statements are interesting. Just wondering if we have any facts to collaborate it. Thank you.
Through Madam Reeve to Chair Waldorf or Councillor Waldorf. I don't have any facts right now, but I could look into it and see if we have any traffic counts.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And as it was explained to me by the residents, their main concern here is the intersection of 783 and Highway 7, where a lot of my residents have to turn left to get back to their homes, and the one lane that's going east-west, it's really hard, as you know, to try to eke out if there's not a turning light to see if there's oncoming traffic, and there's been a lot of close calls there, so residents are concerned for increased safety. And so that's why I think they came up with this solution, because I know at the top of that hill, it's the road goes right to the hill and then drops right down. It's quite a drop, but it's not a very long piece to develop, but it has certainly got challenges. And I know we'd have to coordinate with Okotoks on this. So, and there is a set of lights at Costco there where they feel they can turn left a little bit more safely because there's not that big pullout lane. It's not as busy. So I think that's the rationale behind it. I guess once we get a bit more information and try to nail down the costs, if council's, I guess, supportive of moving forward with a bit more investigation, I can certainly go back to the residents with that cost. But I think we've got to there's a little bit more work on this, but I'll go back to you, Manager Weber.
To Councillor or Madam Reeve. Yeah, I think we should get an engineer involved and get them to do a study on it and give us a price for that.
Okay. And then, yeah, I'm not sure how the residents on the other side of the hill feel to having more traffic coming by their place. So I guess I'll find that out shortly here, but I think we need to kind of poll them as well to see if that's something that they want, because there might be some pushback there too. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this petition, I guess, to Reeve Miller, this is predominantly then just the residents below the hill?
No, it's the residents on above on the bench.
Above.
Yeah, I haven't really heard from the residents below the hill, so that's certainly something that I'll go back to the person who did the petition to ask that question if there were, how many were polled down at the bottom there, because I don't think any of them were. I think this is all residents on the bench above.
So sorry, the landfill highway is that's
783, yeah.
So there's nothing we can do at that intersection there to improve it? That would be less
Yeah,
money?
you know,
Is that not the other option here?
yeah, I don't know if we can go to AT, if there's anything they can do to make the turning signal longer there, I think might help to turn left. And then I noticed on 783, and I think that portion is Okotoks maybe, because there's always a lot of potholes when you're trying to turn right off of 783 and you can't there's no lane there. And so I think there needs to be a nicer turning, a wider turning area on that for the left-hand lane for sure. And so I don't know if that's something we can engage AT on, about trying to make that turning lane a little bit longer for a left, because that's the situation at peak hours. If we could, like at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, when people are trying to get home, we could make that turning lane a little longer, then people could safely get across that intersection. And the sight lines, I don't know if there's anything they can do to improve those, but maybe we could reach out to them as well. Thanks for that, Councillor McHugh. Anything else? Okay, we'll leave you with that little bit of homework then for next time. Thank you. I think that's all you had on there. So we'll just maybe acknowledge this petition at this time for more information. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly before we lose Public Works here, when you said it was a different department, it's still a Volker-Steven department, or this is a different, or now we're into the province?
I asked for clarification on that because I would like their contact, and I haven't heard back yet. They mentioned the Transportation and Economic Corridors Operations Department. So
Volker's passing the buck.
it appears that way, but again, I'll keep on them for that, and I'd like contacts at both operations departments so that we can get situations similar to these addressed.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Waldorf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the floor. If you're looking for a motion to acknowledge, I would be prepared to give you that.
Thank you. Yeah, acknowledge and bring back more information if you're so inclined. Thank you. We have a motion. Further discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. All right. Let's go into your item, Councillor Ohl, F6, your emergent item for Fish Creek Watershed Association request grant support letter. Go ahead, Councillor Ohl.
Well, thank you, Madam Reeve. I know you've had a chance to have a look at it. Essentially, with a proposed draft that was provided to us and the details about the grant application, which you would see in that document shared with you, there has been a really extensive and helpful project being proposed by the Fish Creek Watershed Association. And you can see that there has been a lot of work done by the association already that has provided excellent information about the watershed as an extension of what has been done closer to Calgary. They're really focusing on that upper Fish Creek reach, and it includes 3 creeks. So that's Pritis, Fish, and Whiskey. And this particular work project is to provide some further technical advisory component as well as input from a modeling perspective in relation to taking the data gathered and providing what would hopefully be a more resilient data set for different, whether it's drought or flood, and along with the other components of their research, including state of the watershed, they're really extending what they have done to now put that into action. And you've seen that come before this council previously. So this work is going to be an extension of it, and it is a very reputable group is planning to work forward with this, the consultant as well as the association. So I think this would be an excellent project to support, and the dollars are coming from the Watershed Resiliency and Restoration Program, which they've applied for. Their due date was on Monday, and our supplemental letter you can see on here can be adjusted as to what the county would like to say. And essentially, I think it can be distilled down into what the 2 first paragraphs state, which is essentially that the Foothills County has collaborated with the association and supports their grant application. It doesn't have to be really extensive. So I would definitely support that when council's ready with a motion for that. And this letter would come from the county as opposed to any individual councillors on this one.
Are we collaborating with them?
We have been supporting them, and you can see one of the things we did work on was getting the stream flow device in place. We've supported them just with giving permission to their various signage applications over the last while, as well as we collaborated when they were doing their various plans. So there was the state of the watershed and other resource and background information where we came to the table on the technical advisory aspect of that. So they've been asking for a lot of permissions from us, as well as collaborating on how we might help them proceed in terms of making sure that they have everyone informed and included, and then the stakeholder being that a lot of the activities in Foothills County, they're just being very inclusive of us. And there's a bit of Rocky View County, but mostly it's been Foothills County, which is the extent of this particular upper reach of this watershed. So we have been working with them. And again, the statements are intended to be very high level, but also just suggesting that it would be a grant that would be well suited to the organization and to further gather data for Foothills County, which we could use to our advantage.
Yeah, I think I would change some things on this letter for sure, just to make it shorter and a little bit more concise, that we're just in support of grant funding for continued work.
I think so. And I think that's a good approach to not get into any specifics on other things that perhaps others could speak to, whereas we're supporting in general as the municipality in which the operations are taking place.
Okay, so we'll go to council or Councillor O. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion from Councillor O to issue a letter of support for grant funding. Further discussion? Ask for the vote. All in favor? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Anyone wishing to provide minutes from September 10th for us? Any errors? I didn't see any, but look for someone to make that motion. Councillor Seward.
Looked good to me, so I'd give you that motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ask for the vote. All in favor? Minutes. Thank you. Let's go with F1, Foothills County Hospice. Under the big top, request for sponsorship, page 130 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. So the Foothills Country Hospice is looking for support to their annual gala, which is scheduled for October 17th. So next month. A number of sponsorship opportunities are located in or outlined in your agenda package today. Council has typically authorized support by way of donation of a silent auction item though. So I'm looking today for council's direction towards this year's request.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to this item? Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Happy to make the motion to authorize the donation of a silent auction item and acknowledge the invitation and thank the hospice. It's near and dear to all our hearts, I think, and I'd like to do more, but we'll start with a silent auction item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion. Any further discussion? I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. F2, speed reduction. Let's try this one. Letter to Minister Sigurdsson, page 142 of our agenda. CAO Payne.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. This is an item I believe that was discussed last week as well by council. We've made requests to the minister for speed reduction per council's earlier direction for these two areas. The response that we receive from the department is that there is a new process where you do need to write to your local MLA. The local MLA then reviews the request and forwards their recommendation to the transportation minister. So we're looking for council support to authorize us to have those letters drafted. Now I would make a change to the report. It does say that we're writing one letter to Minister Sigurdsson, but we also actually should be including MLA Petrovich on the Highway 2A between 498th Ave and Highway 7 speed reduction request, because she is also the MLA for about 2/3 of that road. So we should include both MLAs in that letter.
Yeah, and I would like to be a little bit more explicit on the Diamond Valley portion of Highway 7 coming out around those curves. That needs to be a solid line there. And I really feel that we need to CC or send a separate letter again to the Minister of Transportation. This is unacceptable that we have to go back through our MLA and continue this process when we recognize that this is a safety issue. And I think we need a little bit more conversation, or much more conversation, with Alberta Transportation, somewhat, or passing the buck to our MLAs to lobby for this. And I'm happy to work with both of them. I've had great success with MLA Sigurdsson on other projects, and I know he's certainly a champion for Foothills County. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Payne, this is a new process that, because this is in my world is around the mulberry bush. So I'll acknowledge the letter that's in the Western Wheel this week from a resident speaking to dangerous intersections within the county, and reach out to ATEC. ATEC says, call your MLA, you call your MLA, and he says, reach out to ATEC. So if this is the process, that's fine, as long as they stick to it and we get some action. And I believe RJ is very good at helping us out. So I'm happy to give you the motion to request those letters get written and sent expediently. Thank you.
Yes, I would. I wonder, Councillor Alger, would you add in the bends at Highway 7 as well to make those solid lines instead of passing lines? That's an issue.
Yep, happy to add that to the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, and we can CC Diamond Valley on that one too, just to let them know we've lobbied. They requested we lobby together, but it doesn't stop us from writing a letter jointly with Diamond Valley to the Minister of Transportation, which is where I think that needs to go. And we'll add Darren Davidson onto that as well, if we can. Councillor Seward.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. Yeah, frustrating to see this round and round we go, but I guess we'll carry on as requested. When we got that letter back regarding Highway 2A from 498 to Highway 7, the only thing that the letter back from the province was talking about was a speed limit reduction. When we had the discussion here and the motion several months ago, it was speed limit reduction and intersection improvements. And I believe we specifically talked about the Cargill entrance and maybe even the Alder side, I'm not sure. But we need to include that in this letter because we do need to get those requests before them as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we were asked for 3 items to submit to Alberta Transportation for the upcoming fall convention, and hopefully we get a response to meet with them and can take these items further. I certainly will take up the charge to lobby fairly hard on these. I've had pretty good success in the past, and I think we just need to get more assertive on these items. Deputy Reeve Waldor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the floor, I can certainly support the motion. An observation on the Highway 2A north of Okotoks at 306 Avenue. I'm on that stretch regularly. Part of it is 80, part of it's 100, back to 80. Maybe some further discussion in terms of either access ramps or something. If it goes to 80 for the whole thing, enforcement's going to be key because people fly down there, and of course the increased traffic, commuter traffic coming home and going to work from Okotoks passes there. So again, I just think it's maybe some additional discussion on simply reducing it to 80 and get a better understanding on that. But as I say, I can support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just add and other related traffic issues, which are many. Thank you, Councillor Alger. We have the motion. Further discussion on that motion. I don't see any. I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Let's take a break. We have a 10 o'clock and we'll get ready for that. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our meeting this morning. I will open the hearing for Harris Northwest 3122, 2 west of the 5th, a redesignation from agricultural to country residential. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor Suzanne Ohl, Councillor R.D. McHugh, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Delilah Miller, Deputy Reeve Don Waldorf, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor Rob Seward, and Councillor Barb Castell. Thank you, Madam Reeve.
Yes, that would be a good point. Is our applicant here? Do we have him online or?
I believe I saw him outside.
Okay, we should just wait. Then we need our applicant. Just take a moment here. We can have a little bit of a break. Sorry. Apologize to everyone online. We missed our applicant. So let's start this again. I will open the hearing again for Harris Northwest 3122 2 west of the 5th, a redesignation from agricultural to country residential. Manager Barrett will introduce council and administration. Thank you.
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor Suzanne Ohl, Councillor R.D. McHugh, Reeve Delilah Miller, Deputy Reeve Don Waldorf, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor Rob Seward, and Councillor Barb Castell. Thank you, Madam Reeve.
Thank you, Manager Barrett. I'll just briefly outline our hearing process this morning. First, we'll have a presentation from our municipal planning officer, and this morning it's Planning Officer Furnell. Then we'll go to yourselves, the applicant, for your presentation and introductions. We'll then hear from anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak or that are online that has concerns regarding the application. At any time, council and administration will be allowed to ask questions of anyone present. With that, we'll go back to you for closing remarks and then back to our municipal planner for her closing comments. So with that, I'll go to you, Planning Officer Furnell, for your presentation, please.
Thank you and good morning, Madame Reeve and Council. The subject parcel before you today is located in Division 4. It's on the east side of 192nd Street West, 2.3 kilometers north of Highway 22X, and 320 meters south of the County Boulevard with Tsuut'ina Nation. The application proposes to redesignate 25.06 acre agricultural district parcel to country residential district in order to allow the future subdivision of one 10-acre country residential district parcel, leaving a 15-acre country residential district balance. The subject parcel is generally flat with a gentle slope from the southeast down to the north. The area of the proposed parcel is currently being used as pasture, and there are no structures on it. All existing development within the subject parcel is contained within the balance. There's a primary dwelling, as seen in purple, the barn in green, the Quonset in pink, and 2 shelters planned to remain are seen in yellow. The application proposes the removal of 11 sheds and shelters. These structures are marked with a red X. This will bring the parcel into compliance for number and cumulative size of accessory buildings. The trapper's cabin is a small log structure that is not a habitable dwelling, rather a decorative piece of history. It is located within the front yard setback and is proposed to stay on the property. This will require a development permit for relaxation of setback as a condition of subdivision. There is currently one existing water well in the northwest corner of the proposed parcel, shown with a yellow star. A new water well is proposed to be drilled on the balance parcel, shown with a red star. A new septic site will be determined for the proposed parcel and will be a condition of approval. The existing approach, shown with a purple arrow, currently provides access onto the subject property off of the east side of 192nd Street West. This approach will continue to provide access to the balance parcel. A new approach, shown with an orange arrow, is proposed to be constructed off the east side of 192nd Street West to allow access onto the proposed parcel. Public Works has no concern with these approaches. This photo shows the existing approach to the balance parcel from 192nd Street West. This photo shows the proposed location of the approach to the proposed parcel. This is the approximate location of the property line between the balance on the right and the proposed lot on the left. As you can see, it is defined by a line of trees which naturally separates the proposed and balance parcels. This photo is of the Quonset and barn, which are proposed to remain on the property. Here you see the previously mentioned trapper's cabin and 2 animal shelters to remain with the balance parcel. Here are the 11 structures proposed to be removed. Please note that the submitted staff report should have an additional condition for development permit for relaxation of setbacks for the trapper's cabin. This application was circulated to all required internal and external agencies. Public Works has commented that the position of the chosen access point for the proposed parcel was previously assessed and is acceptable. The applicant should contact Public Works for inspection and details on construction requirements. There are no topographical features on the proposed lot that would reduce the building's area further than required setbacks. As noted in a previous slide, the existing water well is located within the proposed parcel, with a new well being proposed on the balance. Disconnection from the existing tie-in to the new water well will need to occur as a condition of subdivision. This application was circulated in 2 issues of the Western Wheel, publication on September 3rd and September 10th, 2025. Additionally, area residents within 1/2 mile were circulated as shown on the map. 5 letters were received after submission of the staff report, which you will find within your agenda package. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Madame Reeve and Council.
Thank you. I'll open the floor for any questions for our planning officer, Councillor Seward.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. Through the Reeve to Planning Officer Fernell, thank you for that. Just looking at the policy evaluation on page 11 of our staff report. So we've got in here, the application meets the intent of policy 5 of the Ag section of the MDP, which supports the subdivision of one parcel out of an unsubdivided quarter section. So when I look at this application, I'm saying there's already a subdivision out of this, the first parcel out. So I'm confused by that statement, why that's there.
I agree with you, and I apologize. That was a clerical error on my part. It is definitely not a first parcel out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see anyone, so we will go to the applicants, Stephen and Patty Harris, for your presentation and comments. Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. I'd like to begin this morning by kindly asking Council for your consideration of this new revised plan. We have really thought it through. We've put an awful lot of work into it, and we feel it is a very good fit for the neighborhood. For example, one of the first things I did when starting this application process was to consult many of the neighbors for their thoughts, concerns, and suggestions regarding a possible 10-acre subdivision. For example, on December 9th, 2024, I visited Carol Hall from Westridge Farms across the street. And on January 6, 2025, I visited Jillian Wright, who represents Drakaner Glen, my other neighbor. And both Carol and Jill stated they support a 10-acre subdivision. I then also talked to other neighbors such as Vic Bailey, Brent Banford, Glenn Lance, Chrissy Pavlis, Jeff Williamson, all of which everyone supported the 10-acre subdivision. I then drew up a site plan based on the feedback I received and revisited the immediate neighbors for their further thoughts, suggestions, and of course their consent. For example, on March 24th, 2025, I revisited Jill from Drakaner Glen, presented and gave her a copy of the site plan. And Jill stated again she supported the site plan and she would take the site plan, scan it, and email it to Fritz, which is the owner of Drakaner Glen, who lives in another country. And Jill stated, and I quote, "If you don't hear back from us shortly, expect the site plan is all fine with us." On March 26, 2025, I presented the site plan to Chrissy Pavlis, another neighbor, who stated she supported it. And on April 2nd, 2025, I again visited Carol from Westridge Farms, presented and gave her a copy of the site plan. And Carol stated she 100% supports the site plan. And since I never heard any objections at all from anyone at Drakaner Glen, all three, Drakaner Glen, Carol, and Chrissy, supported the 10-acre plan I presented. So in summary, all the immediate and other neighbors I talked to, everyone said they supported the 10-acre subdivision. We need to put up one of the diagrams. Yep. That's it. So another reason we feel having our property designated country residential is a good fit is that on this diagram, looking up and down our street, most of the properties on our street are also country residential, as demarcated by yellow on the diagram. Even our immediate neighbor to the south is country residential. So having our property designated country residential just fits in with all the other properties on our street. And now we'll put up the satellite diagram, please. Now on this diagram, excuse me, there is a tree line that forms a nice natural boundary between the 10 acres and the 15 acres. So on its own, the 10 acres looks like a nice natural fit for the area. It looks like it naturally belongs on its own. And as Carol from Westridge Farms across the street emphasized, a new 10-acre subdivision will also maintain the nice country-like atmosphere of the area, and the 10 acres will provide very little increase in density. The proposed entrance road to the 10 acres will be closer to the tree line, which is far from any of the neighbors' entrance roads, minimizing any concerns over safety or congestion. And Public Works has also consented to the approach to the entrance road. And also the most attractive location to build a residence is usually where the best view of the mountains are, which is also far from any of the neighbors' residences, minimizing any concerns over privacy. And as an added note, the 10 acres already has a very good functioning water well on it, minimizing any concerns over water, as there will be no need to drill a new well or increase water usage on the 10 acres. Now we are at a point in our lives where we are reorganizing, and it is very likely, my wife and beside me, Patty, we're going to be moving on to the 10 acres as we now have friends seriously interested in taking over the other developed 15-acre parcel. This will allow Patty and I to reorganize and retire on our property we love. We are expecting to develop only a few acres for our residents up near the tree line, and will still hay the bottom approximate 8 acres, which means much less work for us as we get older. And trust me, we have no future interest in subdividing it further. We definitely do not want to go through this whole process again. The 10 acres water well also will draw less water when we're on it, as it will not be hydrating our horses, instead just Patty and I, and of course a dog and a cat. And there will be no objection with Turkaner Glen, how they run their facilities. We have lived with them for 30 years. And in addition, our new residents will be, and approach road will be approximately 10 acres away from their main barns. And of course, the 10 acres will preserve the quaint rural feel of the area. There will be very little increase in density, therefore no real increase in traffic. It's like one new border at Turkaner Glen. And the wildlife can still run across our property, Jill. This also means very little loss of agriculture, as we will still be haying approximately 8 acres. Actually, I wish our 10 acres did average 1,000 bales a year, but it simply doesn't. I have the receipts right here. How much hay we get off the 10 acres. For example, in 2023, we only got 351 bales. 2022, 676 bales. 2021, 574 bales. And of course, in 2025, with all the rain and unfortunate timing, hardly any at all. So in conclusion, we'd like to thank council and the MD's Foothills staff for letting us present this morning. We think the plan works for the neighborhood. All the neighbors have said they supported it, and we appreciate being able to present this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Mrs. Harris, did you have anything you wanted to add? Thank you. Back to council and administration for any questions. Councillor O.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a question in relation to the well that you shared with us, that the well is obviously already on the site that you'd like to subdivide off. And you mentioned it's a good producing well. Do you have any numbers as to what the well is producing?
The last time we checked the well, it was 4.5 gallons per minute.
Okay, great. Thanks for answering that.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see anyone. So at this time, we have a few folks online who may want to weigh in. I have Mr. I think it's, sorry if I'm pronouncing Eichkorn. We've got you on there. Did you wish to provide council with any comments? We'll just have you unmute if you do.
No, I think I should be unmuted.
Your corn, yeah, there you are.
Yeah, I would like to give some comments, especially regarding the consultation from Steve. I heard that he went to Jill and presented something, but we haven't seen any basically presentation of his ideas of splitting up the 10 acres and the 15 acres. Therefore, I'm a bit surprised that he wrote in his letter that he consulted every neighbor, because we are the only one that have direct borderlines to his property, and we haven't been consulted. So I haven't seen anything, and I think could have been easy for him to send an email or get in contact directly. That's one point. The other point is that we still think that rezoning is not in the intent of the and the subdivision is not in the intent of the Foothills County, because we can't preserve the agricultural land. And as Steve was laying out, we are renting this hayland and using it and basically producing sustainable hay there, and would like to do it in the future too, which is not possible with the rezoning. Secondly, the additional water use. Steve mentioned that it's not an additional water use, but of course it's an additional water use because you have a new house there, and the aquifer will be used additionally compared to the past. And water is essential for the horse facility, and therefore it's from our point of view, it's very critical not to do that. And also the quaint rural area that we have at the end of 192nd Street is also kind of related to agricultural business. So the houses, especially the ones in the south that Steve was mentioning too, they are directly linked to our facility because we built them for people working on the farm, so which makes it much easier for them to accept all the activities on the farm that are done. And with new residents or with new owners, Steve mentioned that he wants to move there, but it can be also different in the future. There might be huge interferences and huge problems with the existing facility. That's why we are not supporting his application, and yeah, we want to also ask the councillors basically to reject the application.
Thank you. I'll see if there's any questions for you. Could you indicate where you are in proximity to this parcel? Are you the place across, adjacent?
Just basically across and just around the around Steve Harris's property. We are also the two yellow properties in the south that are residential, but they are basically used for people working on the farm. And basically the entire area around the Harris family property is property used for haying and farming from our farm.
Okay, and you're the property that has the
So-
manager, Miss Harris, or Miss Wright, that manages your property. Is that yours?
Julian Wright is the
Yes.
manager of the property, and
Okay.
I'm the son-in-law of Fritz and Gisela Berry, who owns the property. Who own
All
the
right,
property.
thank you. I just wanted to get clear in my mind. And so, and then it says that you currently are residing in Europe, correct?
That's right, yeah.
Okay,
That's
Thank
right.
you.
But we are in Canada for a couple of months.
okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions for you, so thank you for your comments. Next on my list, I have Fritz Henning Breyer and Giselle Breyers. You'd like to unmute and provide us with any comments you might have. I see you're online. I just, did you have any comments? If you'd like to push *6, that'll unmute you, or we can unmute? Oh, you're on the phone. Okay. You have to unmute on your computer. Okay. Yeah, there's an audio button that should unmute. Or can we unmute them? Oh, we can't. Okay. The Breyers, are you able to unmute? We'll just give you a minute. There should be an audio button at the bottom left hand of your screen with a microphone with a line through it. You just need to click on that. Oh, there you, no, haven't got you yet. You know what? We will come back to you and give you another opportunity and see if we can get this resolved for you. Next I have in the gallery, I believe, Jillian Wright. Would you like to come forward to the microphone and provide us with your comments, please?
I'm good. I'm live. Okay.
You are, we can hear you.
Sorry, it sounds a little hollow in here, so I feel a reverberation. I'd like to thank you for your time for me to speak to this issue. First, I'd just like to address the comments from Steve. He did come and talk to me, and I know at the time I said that this was a much better deal. I don't remember ever saying that I'm 100% on board with this project. And I guess my biggest concern, as I wrote in my letter, is once this is designated as residential property, that if you think it's going to stay exactly 10 acres and that's all it's going to be, but my concern is once it's residential, that it can be divided again as the properties on the rest of the 192 have been done repeatedly. This property for me is still agricultural land. As to the hay production on it, I guess I can only speak to the fact that we reseeded the land immediately east of it and took the crop off there this year, and we got close to 4 tons an acre off that land. So the property of Harris's has not been reseeded in my remembrance. So this is just as it's aging out that, yeah, the production will go down as anybody that in the farming industry realizes. So I guess that, I don't want to, I understand the need for the Harrises to divide their property. I have no problem with that. I still think the 10 acres is agricultural land. The, in the past, I've been here over 40 years, so in the past, there's always been an issue with water on that property, on the hill. That's why the well was dug on the north side, on the 10 acres, because the previous owners couldn't find enough water on the 15 acres. If they can find water, I guess everything changes. Life never stays the same. So, but there's a concern I have there. We have always on that ridge had an issue with water. I don't know, I'm not an expert on it, but that would be a concern that I would have when we start dividing this up. I believe that the 15 acres being divided makes sense. I believe that dividing this, there is a natural property line, having that 10 acres off. My issue is still the 10 acres becoming residential when it is highly productive farming land. So I'm born and raised a farmer, so I don't know anything else but that. But I do understand the concerns. If it divided off and somebody puts 10 acres and then they divide it again, and then we have the same issue with our original, the original plan that came from the Harrises, that we have traffic, we have water, we have wildlife, we have all the same issues that with the initial proposal come up once you start dividing this up. How do we prevent it? I have no idea. That's above my pay grade. But this is my concern on this subdivision is just the probability and possibility of this 10 acres getting divided again into 3 pieces or whatever. I don't know. Obviously, there is some interest from the first one of developers or real estate people that think there's an opportunity here. I can't see why it wouldn't continue to be an interest for an opportunity for real estate developers or moving forward. So I guess that's my take on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for your comments. All right, let's go back to the Brayers and see if we can hear from them. Yeah, if you don't want to speak, if you want to just wave at us, if you want to not speak, if you'd like to just wave, Mr. Brayer. Can you hear us? Can you just, or do you want to speak? Yes? We can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. I think you want to speak, but we need you to unmute your microphone. On the bottom of your Zoom meeting, if you scroll with your mouse, it should come up. There's a microphone with a line through it. We need you to click on that. Yeah, if you can just see it on the bottom of your screen, bottom left hand, there's a microphone. Let's just put us into break and we'll see if we can give him a call and help him out with his microphone here. Let's just take a couple minutes, Council. Welcome back, everyone. We had some technical difficulties. We do have Mr. Bear now on the line, so please go ahead, Mr. Bear, with your comments.
Yes, thank you. Basically, I have stated in my letter all the points that are of a concern to me. My main concern is that the 10 acres are being sold to people that are not familiar with farming and might be opposed to what we are doing in farming. Excuse me. The 10-acre is productive. Mr. Harris has called some bales, small bales, around 60 pounds for the last few years. This is, I won't contest that because we haven't done much with it. Nevertheless, the last time we had about 1,000 bales. This year, he said, we have nothing. We had 200, we were baling. We had 200 when the rain started. And we asked Brent to come in with a round baler. And he made haylage, 24 round bales, big round bales, because the weather forecast was bad and we wanted to save the hay. So the 10 acres can be productive. We are not depending on it. We, as Jill Wright mentioned, we have provided access and have new seeded land right next to the 10 acres. So just in case we cannot lease that or rent this 10 acres again, we are not short of hay. I'm it's one thing I wanted to mention. If this is sold and subdivided, is it for one house or whatever, I'm not interested in farming the rest. 10 acres is the minimum that we, with our machinery, want to get in. If it's less, and who knows how many corners there are, I won't be interested in haying this land anymore. Basically, my concern is that it could be, I know there's lots of money in Calgary. There is that there will be a big house. There will be people moving in that are not used to farming and farm life, that hopefully it fits in with the community, with the neighbors, but I see a risk that basically that's what I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. We have a question for you, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bear, there's an opportunity for a boundary adjustment that 10 acres could be put back into the balance of the quarter that you own. Is that something that would interest you?
Yeah, well, yes. Mr. Harris, some years ago, approached me and he wanted to sell the 10 acres, but he wanted $1 million for it, which was out of line. Then 2 or 3 years ago, he approached us again, and we made an offer based on based on what our land was estimated to be worth by an individual, unrelated company from Calgary. So we made an offer, which I remember was about 200 and some $1,000. He came back and said they had absolutely different figures in mind, developer. So that was the last time we talked about approaching this sale.
Okay, thank you for that, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. And did Gisela want to speak at all?
No.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions for you, so thank you for your comments.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else that I've missed online? I don't see anyone else in the gallery. Okay, I think we've got everybody's comments. So let's go back to our applicant for any closing remarks you might have.
I'd just like to comment on a few of the objections. I took it in good faith that when I consulted Jillian Wright the second time, and she said she would email the site plan to the owner, Fritz, and if I didn't hear from them shortly, expect the site plan is all fine with them. So I went forward with the application, the cost and all the work involved, based on the feedback I received from Tricaner. My question is, what am I supposed to do with that? Every other neighbor on the street that I consulted is all pro for the 10 acres subdivision. Patty and I are planning to move on to the 10 acres. We have no interest in subdividing it further because we know what's involved. There's no water issues at all. I've had Aaron drilling out twice. They've sent an expert, told me exactly where there's water. And so that's not even an issue. Again, all the neighbors agree with this. I've put an awful lot of work into this. And I could go on, but I'm not going to waste everyone's time. So in closing, I'd just like to thank council and the MD Foothills staff for your time. We think this plan works for the neighborhood. Most of the neighborhood agrees. I think it's a win-win for all the parties. Almost all the neighbors again support it. We appreciate being able to present this today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Harris, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Back to council and I'll go back to our planning officer Fernell, for any closing remarks you might have.
Madam Reeve, I have no more comments.
Thank you. Back to council and administration for any comments or questions. I have one for Director Hemingway. If the applicant were amenable to do a 9.95 or something under that 10 acre, what's the advantages of that with regard to the concerns of future subdivision?
Council has in the past requested that an applicant that was originally proposing a 10-acre parcel make it slightly smaller, such as a 9.95 or a 9.9. It doesn't change anything from a land use perspective on the parcel itself. But in our land use bylaws, it is intended that you would require 10 acres in order to further subdivide the land. Now, I have seen council subdivide 9.9 acre parcels. So it isn't necessarily a given that it will not subdivide further. It is up to council always to make those decisions. But that is a process that council has taken in the past where they have tried to suggest to neighbors that if it is this small, then a future council may not allow it to be further subdivided because it would not meet our bylaws. It would require, bylaws require that it be 10 acres in size.
Yeah, and so I guess my question to you is, would you be amenable just to making it just under 10?
I wouldn't have any problem at all.
All right, thank you for that.
Because like I said, we don't plan to subdivide it further. So if that
Might
if
just
that
give a
policy
level of,
exists, I totally agree to it.
okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? I don't see any, so I will close the hearing at this time. Should you wish to view council's deliberations, you're welcome to watch our live stream meeting with the link found on the county's website, or a decision will be sent to you once the minutes of this week's council meeting have been ratified at next week's council meeting, or you're welcome to remain in the gallery, as I'm sure we'll be discussing it shortly. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to attend today, and I wish you a great rest of your day. Thank you. Okay, council, do you need a few minutes? Oh, yeah, we do. We got to switch out of the Zoom. So let's take Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue with our hearing from 10 o'clock. I'll go to the counselor of the area to start us off if you'd like.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. So thanks to everybody who presented today and came forward and spent the time to share both the application and the perspective from the neighboring residents. In looking at this, there is a lot of things happening on 192nd Street. I just want to share a few things and then look forward to our other counselors' perspective on this. So in relation to the municipal development plan, this would be a second parcel out. And if you look at the land use on the north part of 192nd, it is predominantly agriculture. But directly next to the south, we have two parcels out and then quite a bit of fragmentation on 192nd Street. Certainly, smaller parcels do not fit in the area. However, this is very similar to what is directly a neighbor to it. So I've thought about this in terms of whether, it would be successful at appeal or the overall impact and the lay of the land, as there's a natural division which is created by the rows of trees to this particular portion. So that division exists already. I've thought about the impact of the new house versus what the landowner could do, as if the current owner could put an agricultural building in that location as well. So that could also impact the amount of production coming off of the 10-acre portion. So whether it's a new house or an agricultural building, that could impede the development or the production that is occurring on the 10 acres of hayland. So that kind of equalizes out. However, we definitely are going to a second parcel out in an area that has agriculture operation. And each one of the operations and neighbors in that area has concerns about anything that is changing or any impacts that could affect them, which would kind of go over a threshold and create worry. And one, of course, is the water. And we've heard that the water is producing at 4.5 gallons per minute, which in that area is a reasonable well. It's quite a high, actually, compared to a lot of the other wells. So, with that in mind and the statements from the owner that there was already an identified location for water, that is something to consider. So I think I've shared some of my thoughts on it. I am not prepared to state one way or another at this point, but I would look forward to other comments from our counselors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ohl. For myself, I like the subdivision. I think maybe asking the applicants to scale it down just a tiny bit to get it under the 10 acres might give their residents that are concerned some comfort on future subdivision. I listened to the applicants who stated it is for themselves, for their personal use. So I don't have an issue with it as presented, but I would just maybe want that little bit, a smaller parcel for some surety for the residents who have concerns. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is the second parcel out. It does not meet the policy 2 of the MDP, but when you speak to the growth management strategies of moderate growth, what's your definition of moderate? If it's first parcel out is moderate, or is two parcels out moderate? It does fit in the area compared to the quarter to the south. I would still be more in favor of a boundary adjustment and the bearers purchasing the land. Now, the numbers that were thrown out today were 1,200,000. So there's quite a discrepancy in the cost, but I think with a little work, they could probably come up with a number that works for both parties. Although Dr. Harris spoke about wanting to move on to that parcel. So that's, that takes that out of so you do the boundary adjustment and sell the 10 acres and then stay where you are, but that's not up to me to make that decision. There is development on 192. I expect we'll see more in those spaghetti 20s down the road. And I just don't believe one more lot of 10 acres is going to, upset the whole apple cart there of people that don't know agriculture and things like that. I think that's unfounded statements. You don't know who's going to be moving in there, moving into the existing balance. So I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Counselor Seward.
Thank you. Yeah, continued fragmentation of agricultural lands in the area, an area where there is quite a mix, lots of parcels that don't have a first parcel out, lots of parcels that have lots of subdivision. Right on our boundary where things are managed very differently and in very large parcels, not simply 160 acre parcels. Speaking to our growth management strategy, so this is in the Northwest District, expecting minimal to moderate growth. So definitely well beyond the minimal, and certainly could say it's beyond the moderate as well already in the area. Concerns about impacts on agriculture in the area. Just the more we add, the more impacts there are on the agricultural producers in the area. So I cannot support this application. Certainly it's a better application than what we saw last time, but still not supportive. Thanks.
Counselor McHugh. Or sorry, Deputy Reeve Waldorf, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the floor. Generally, I support the application. This is moderate growth, and the level of support from area residents and neighbors seems to be very strong. The suggestion or thought that a smaller parcel such as 9.95 might give a level of assurance that there be no further subdivision to some of the concerns expressed. And I guess in conclusion, I would say that council generally does not get involved in landlord-tenant disputes, nor, advising people who they can and can't sell their land to. Thank you.
Counselor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the chair. So we have a 25-acre agricultural parcel that is absolutely beautiful, a standalone little ranch, absolutely fitting in the area. Of course, splitting this into a 10 and a 15, that creates two CR parcels. We've seen the previous application and the implications of what happens if it goes CR. The notion of going 9.95 or under 10, you just look to the southeast and we can see a number of parcels that are under 5. So that won't stop further fragmentation. If you have a 9.95, then the 15 just becomes 3, and the area is lost, and it quickly becomes 5 parcels at the end of a dead end road that is predominantly agriculture. So it is significant that if this comes out of ag, you're looking at the future potential of 5 more lots at a minimum. And if they go to 3 cluster residential, you're looking at 8, 9, 10. So the only way to protect this is to leave it as it is, as according to our policies, and not fragment the existing parcel any further, as the fragmentation will just lead to more fragmentation as already exhibited in the area. Thank you.
Counselor Castel.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I read all the letters and I counted up 6 neighbors that are in favor with, I'm not sure how many are in each house, so I just took it as 6 neighbors and 2 against. This is a better application than last time, and there's absolutely no guarantee that if they don't get it, that they don't stick a big building in the middle of that land and not farm it. There's no guarantee that they don't put a secondary suite on, which is perfectly allowed in Foothills County. I like the idea of making it a 9.5 acres. They've got water, but that's nothing to do with us. They have to prove it anyway, so it's nothing to do with us. They can't find it, they don't get a subdivision. Got one in my area right now. They can't find water, they're not getting a subdivision. So, yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on that right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any comments? Otherwise, I'd be looking for a motion. Councillor Ohl, do you have a motion you'd like to present? Anyone else with a motion to move on this application? Deputy Revolder.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the floor. I would give you the motion for option number 1, approval with the recommended conditions and an advisory or whatever you want to call it, maybe consider a smaller parcel redraw. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just speaking in opposition to the motion on the floor. This is a agricultural parcel that is going to be lost, fragmented, and left open for further fragmentation in the future. The imposition on the agricultural processes in the area, it becomes a point where you can't hardly safely move down the road, and we have reached that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to provide comment? I don't see any, so I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. All right, let's continue on with our agenda. We'll move down and let's start with D, miscellaneous planning items. D1, Anderson, Northwest, Northeast, 1321-4, west of the 5th, bylaw 33, 2025, second and third reading, page 83 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. Council may recall this application was before you on May 14th, where council granted first reading of the application and originally proposed 2 lots and then a boundary adjustment with a parcel to the east. Council determined that 1 lot, 1 76-acre country residential lot, would be permitted and also require the boundary adjustment to occur. This is the one where council did request that the parcel be brought into compliance with the community standards bylaw, which has been completed, and proof of such has been submitted. We had an agent at the public hearing that really didn't have a lot of information about what was happening on the parcel. So things were quite much cleaner than what our air photo had shown. So all conditions have been met, and I'm requesting second and third reading on the land use bylaw, which will create the new country residential parcel and require the future boundary adjustment.
Thank you. We'll go to the councillor of the area. Councillor Castel, would you like to weigh in? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. May I ask Manager Hemingway about on page 120, there is another access at the bottom of the page there on the picture. There's an access that comes off of Parkins Road and cuts in, and it's another access to that property. Does that stay with this application, or is it something that we deal with now? You can see there's a road that comes off Parkins, heads east, crosses 2 pieces of property, and then goes up to the home in question, the main home. And then they have another driveway coming the other way.
Yeah.
Do we have anything to do with that road that cuts through there?
Through the chair to Councillor Castel, I don't know. Those are questions I would have needed to look into at the land use original proposal. So can I get back to you with an answer on that maybe later today?
Sure. Shall we just pause this?
Wait a little bit.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Find some
We'll
answer.
table.
I was just interested in that.
Okay, would you like to make a motion to table this to later today?
I will give you a motion to table. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. We've got Director Kruger there that can maybe help us out.
Maybe
Go
he can
ahead.
help us.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. And just to answer that question, that's the driveway that would service that property. That's the existing driveway, and that would stay. I hope.
Go ahead, Director Hemingway. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think she's talking about an easement that crosses two other properties prior to getting to this residence. It's at the very south end of the quarter section, and I'm not cognizant if we're party to that easement or if there is an easement. I'd have to look on the title. So the existing driveway is that long winding one that will now go through this property, but Councillor Costello is concerned that there's another access to the residence along the south end of the quarter section to the west here, and I would need to look at the title and look to see what's on the property as far as an easement goes, and whether or not council is interested in being involved in that. Do you know anything about that easement?
My apologies. Yeah, I misunderstood that. And from what I remember from the meeting is that they would cease using that and use the north access. But I agreed. I can help look into that quickly.
Yeah, we'll come back on that one if that's okay.
Okay, Councillor Castel. Table.
That answers it, and I continue with the motion to table. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to table to later today. Further discussion? All in favor? Okay, motion carries. We'll table that one till we get some more information. D2, Killam, Callister, Southwest 7/22/28 west of the 4th bylaw 55/2023. Second and third reading, page 90 of our agenda. And I will note that the councillors as listed on page 91 will only be allowed to vote on this one. Councillor McHugh was away. So with that, let's go to you, Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I had some questions about the staff report, and we've contacted the surveyor for the applicants, and we're not able to get our answers in time for your decision today. So I would request that council postpone this until next week. We will put it on the agenda for next week. I will have the information by that point in time, so it's not a long wait. As you'll note, it is going to expire on October 1st, so we do need to deal with this in short order. But I don't have the information I need to take this forward. So if I can be indulged for a week of postponement, I would appreciate that.
All right, we'll go to the councillor of the area, Deputy Reeve Waldorf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Director Hemingway, can you please elaborate on the type of additional information that you're looking for?
Certainly.
Clarification. Thank you.
Certainly. My concern, I want proof that the well that was drilled on the new lot is on the new lot. So you'll see that there was a revision to the site plan change. I think that revision to the site plan change was done on the basis of the Alberta environmental approval on the wetlands. And that was, I just need the surveyor to show me a drawing of where the well is.
Okay, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director Hemingway, thank you very much for that that clarification. As a result of that, I would prepare to give you the motion to postpone this until next week's council meeting and where we can receive some additional information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That would be the September 24th council meeting. We have a motion to postpone. Further discussion? Call the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We'll postpone. Okay, let's continue on. E, subdivision approving authority, motion to go into subdivision. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. E1, Anderson, Northwest, Northeast, 1321, 4, west of the 5th. Request for subdivision, page 114 of our agenda. Oh, right, sorry, yes. Motion to postpone this one then too. Thank you, Councillor Castel. All in favor? Okay, motion carries. Or table, we're tabling. Yeah. Okay. E2, Murray, Southeast 3421, west of the 5th. Request to name subdivision and road, page 122, Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. This is in Councillor Alger's division of a little subdivision that will grow and that is proposing to be named Olivastra Ridge West with a new or the road would be Olivaster Ridge West, and the new subdivision would be called Olivaster Ridge. I think it's a cute name. But, there's been no concerns noted by our circulation component. And we've provided you with a great deal of background on this. So if council has any concerns or any suggestions, we'd like you to consider your decision with respect to approval of the subdivision name, and then secondly, approval of the subdivision road.
All right, 22. CAO Payne, go ahead.
My apologies, Madam Reeve. I believe this item should actually be dealt with by council, not by the subdivision approving authority. So you may wish to have a motion to go out and then adjust the agenda to actually make this D3 rather than E2.
All right, thank you. Motion to go out of subdivision approving authority, Councillor Seward, all in favor? Carried. All right, let's make this D3. All right, let's deal with D3 then. Request to name subdivision and road 122. Director Hemingway, did you have anything else? Okay, Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Madam Chair, it's a sad day when you don't learn something, and I did not know what Olivaster was until I got into this. I also like to comment on the road. I just drove by the road this morning, and it's at the point of being almost complete. The subdivision was approved December 18th of 2024. They started work on the road and then were shut down because of natural gas. ATCO Natural Gas had to do something, and they just did that like 2 weeks ago. So when I commented last week in something about a letter that ATCO Gas said that give a year in advance, then you best give a year in advance if you want them to do something, because they take forever. So they got the gas line in and completed, and the road is, I'm going to say, at the 75% stage, and it's going to be very nice. And the picture depicts it on page 128, and I'm happy to make the motion to, what you want first?
Option one.
Option one,
subdivision.
On approval to, for the new internal subdivision road to be named Olivaster Ridge West.
Okay, and then council may further choose to approve subdivision name Olivaster Ridge for the subdivision.
If that's, yeah, if they want it in the same motion, I see. Yep,
It's
that'd
in
be
there,
fine.
yeah.
Yep. Happy with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would speak in favor of the motion, but just as a quick point of order, do we need a motion to amend the agenda so that we're legit here?
Yes, we will. Let's go back and do that.
So just before I would give you the motion to amend the motion to reflect the change from
Amend the agenda.
E2 to D3.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Let's deal with that housekeeping item first. Have the motion, further discussion. All in favor? Amending the motion. Okay, now let's go to your motion, Councillor Alger. Further discussion on Councillor Alger's motion. I don't see any, so I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. All right, let's continue on then. F2 we dealt with. Okay, thank you. I thought that's what we did when Public Works was here. F3, Diamond Valley, Foothills County Shared Service Agreement, page 143 of our agenda. And we have a handout, I believe, as well. CAO Payne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. What council sees in front of it today in the report is a request to consider authorizing the Reeve and CAO to sign off on the Master Shared Service Agreement with Diamond Valley. Council will recall we've been required to have an intermunicipal collaborative framework with each of our neighbors, Diamond Valley being one of those. We've had a couple of different time extensions to our ICF requirement as Diamond Valley was going through its amalgamation process. The final timeline that we are held to now is actually the end of this month is when our ICF is due to be completed and signed. There's been a bit of back and forth negotiation on the agreement. As council will recall, Bill 50 amended the MGA and set mandatory services that are required within an ICF. And those mandatory services include transportation, water and wastewater, solid waste, emergency services, and recreation services. Further, that framework now mandates that libraries are not permitted to be within an ICF. So you'll likely recognize this agreement. It's very much the same as what we have in place with our other municipal partners, being Okotoks and High River. But the difference you'll see here is that library has been removed. I might just stop there. It's a fairly large document, but it is our standard agreement, and it's also been reviewed by our insurer. The only extra ask in this request is that council also authorize signing of a mutual aid agreement. The mutual aid agreement really doesn't sit within the master shared services agreement itself, but it is a required agreement from a liability and indemnity point of view for both ourselves and for the town of Diamond Valley. This provides a framework for any fire or emergency services that are provided outside of Diamond Valley's response area. So it's actually a very important one for ourselves and for the town.
Thank you, Councillor Castel.
Thank you, Madam Reeve, and a lot of thank you to our staff and CAO working on this back and forth, back and forth. I've been through it several times. I haven't found anything going through it several times that we need to change. And I would give the motion that the council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the master shared services agreement with the town of Diamond Valley, but I'll make the motion and we can still have comments. Thanks.
CAO Payne.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. Just two quick items that I was remiss in mentioning. The first one is that this was reviewed by the intermunicipal committee and recommended to the councils for subsequent approval. Diamond Valley's meeting tonight as well to review the agreement. So just a slight modification maybe to the staff report. It's asking council to authorize signing and maybe just putting a caveat in there that we ensure there's concurrence from Diamond Valley's council on approving it as well.
Councillor Castel, are you?
Yes, I can add that. Thank you.
Ensuring concurrence. Yes, Councillor Old.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I did have a chance to previously review this as well, but I see a minor edit was corrected in the fire agreement, so I appreciate that. And there is one other thing that I just noticed in the continuity of the document, and that is the Schedule A, page 167, where it starts there, is the tabs in that whole section are very confusing compared to our standard way of setting up a document where they're flush left, and this kind of has the headings in the middle and it just bounces all around by the way the tabs are in it. So obviously a preference to flush left it as to make it less confusing would be just a suggestion for the document. Everything else is flush left, and it's just an edit. And if you're okay with it, great. If not, I recognize it, but I just find it's hard to bounce around where you have your main numbers in the middle and everything else is on the left. Just a technical issue. Thank you.
Anyone else have any comment? I'm not sure, were we wanting to write in something on the social media piece with the fire agreement? I don't recall seeing it. Did I miss it? Is it? Okay. Communication. Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any comments on this? 180, okay. Yeah, 180 apparently. Counselor Alger?
Just a technicality that on the fire agreement, page 191 of their handout, under notices 21.1B says by facsimile. Anybody use facsimile anymore? Do they?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I haven't seen one for years, so. Yep, that's all I had.
Yeah, Alberta Health Services. That's the only way they communicate, which is really archaic, but I think they're trying to move over. Okay. Anyone else? Subsection 5.1. No, I've got. Yeah, we're not finding it. Yeah, our agendas, our numbers are all different because we had a new, a revised agenda. I'm not seeing it. Response obligations. Yeah, I'm not seeing the communications piece, so if someone can find it. Okay, great.
Sorry, Madam Reeve, I'll take
Okay.
with the microphone on. 6.7, the responding party shall not make public statements or communicate with the media with respect to the
Yeah.
provisions of assistance to the requesting party without first having reached agreement with the requesting party with respect to the information to be made public. And does that cover it?
Yes, yeah. That's where I wanted it.
Okay.
Yes, that's great. Thank you, Counselor Castel.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood what Counselor O was talking about earlier.
Yeah, with the numbers.
Yeah. Understand.
Can
that.
you explain that through again? Sure.
Thank you. I'll just refer you to, so I have different pages on my agenda. So
Can you use the hand one?
So it is, on mine, it's called Schedule A to the Master Services Agreement. And on mine, starts on page 167 and goes to page 174.
Oh, 170.
So it is its own schedule before the mutual aid agreement. So it's the last piece before the mutual aid agreement.
You have the handout. That would help us. The one that was
in the
handed out
agenda.
to you this
Oh,
morning.
the one that
The fire service
But
handout.
I'm not finding what you're talking about.
Yeah,
So this one here is not it. Hang on a second. I'll look at the handout.
it's the one in our
The
agenda
one
you're
we're
talking.
talking.
Okay, master chaired.
Yeah, this is just this is not what I'm speaking about. It's Appendix A to the shared service agreement.
One 167.
167 in the printed agenda that we had received.
Okay,
And I don't know what's the
and
matter
what
with
is
it.
the issue?
So in the agreements that we see, and you'll see it on all the other pages, is the main headings are flush left. So the headings go to the left, and then they start that particular
Oh, I see.
division. And then after that, the other ones are tabbed in, and sometimes they're, it just makes it so that you can actually functionally see where number one starts and number two, whereas it's in the middle, and you just go all around and you see 2.1 and then you don't see, well, it's kind of a little bit out of sorts. But if you look at all the other agreements before and after it, they're set up with everything going to the left side. That's called flush left.
And you want them to be flush? I like them to just be a little bit indented or.
But if you look at all the rest of our agreements, if you go to any of the
I
other
know they're
ones, they're
flat.
all on the left side and it just is really easy to follow.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of difference for me. I think it's all hard to follow.
It's on the screen as well.
Yeah.
You can see.
Okay. So you're saying, yeah, you want that over.
It was
further.
just a thought. It's the only part in the document that's weaving around where something's in and out, in and out.
Yeah, I think the heading, like the roads and transit, should stand out. And
But
be a
if
little
you look at,
further out.
if you look at the rest of all the other agreements. they're
Yeah,
all
it's
to the
flat.
left.
Yeah.
They're all on the
You're
left
just
and it's
asking that it
standard.
be consistent.
That's all I'm suggesting is
Okay.
it be the same as we do all our other documents, which is to the left.
Okay. Well, that's very astute of you, Councillor Roll. I would have never seen that, but that's the editor in you, I think. Okay. All right, Councillor Castel, are we're okay with all that?
Sure, and we're okay with the moving all the parts.
All right. And so, and we have a motion from you, Councillor Castel, on this, correct? With all the edits?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have anything on the motion? I don't see anything, so I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's go to F4, December 20th, 2023, meeting of council, request to release archive video. As I mentioned before, I did have a request from a resident who wanted to review the presentation from the Laramide battery application, and that's a hearing going to the province. So I just, as per our bylaws, needed approval to release that video. So that's all I'm looking for. Any comment? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion to release.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. And then we'll review that. That'll be up for review on our organizational to have that conversation. So in future, let's see, I think we've dealt with everything that we can. So let's start off with are we ready for, special ballot? Yes, let's do that. F9, are we ready for that yet? Or should, we'll wait, we'll come back. You'll print something or print it. Okay, we'll come back to it. Let's start with our committee reports. Councillor Roll, would you like to start us off? Or are you ready for bills? No, you're not. Okay. All right, let's start with committee reports, or I can go to Councillor Castel if you're sure. Or I'll go to you, Councillor McHugh. We'll keep on that side. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was enjoying listening into ASB, Agricultural Services Board Committee, and the robust discussion on thistles. And at that moment, moved the auger and ran over my phone, and that was the end of that. And that's all I have to report today. Thanks.
Thank you. I had Sheep River Regional Utility Corp. Yesterday. We had a good discussion on, they had a little fire incident in there about a month ago, I think, and it destroyed what's called a harmonic filter, just a special filtering unit that we have to have in there. And so we are looking at that repair and the costs that go along with it. The reservoir at Diamond Valley is 99% full, so the communities are all happy whenever it gets, it is up to the brim full. We've still got a leak happening somewhere on the Diamond Valley, on the Black Diamond side, that they'll continue to look for, but our staff have asked for a monthly or the bi-monthly meter numbers, because then it will help them. I try to identify if there is a water loss. So We supply Diamond Valley East and West with so much metered water, and then if we can get a meter back, a number back from them on what they're actually using, we can identify how much of a loss, if any, that they're having. We did have a motion to dissolve the Waterworks Advisory Committee and go out to a member at large. So I believe that is going to Diamond Valley's, or did go to their council meeting last night. And then we would have to send a letter to Alberta Environment requesting perhaps a reduction in water testing. We've been had to do quite a stringent water testing regime since the hearing that we had quite a few years ago, and we've always had to adhere to that and never found any deficiencies in the water source there. So we'll get that letter to Alberta Environment to see if they would relax some of those stringent testing and go to regular testing requirements. Our AGM will be November 27th for our annual general meeting, as well as our regular meeting with the Sheep River Utility Corp. And that's all I had for official committees. Deputy Reeve Waldorf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the floor. Attended the Agricultural Service Board meeting on September 11th, which I'll defer to the committee chair for the report. On that afternoon, we also had a Foothills Regional Airport administration and staff update meeting. And basically, a number of items were covered. The airport manager talked about Fortis has been doing some inspection work and using the airport. There was a couple of aircraft incidents, one overloaded and then to the runway went off, and another one went off because of a blown tire. The runway lighting project continues very well, but there is a 3 to 4 week hiatus, so to speak, due to supply chain issues, primarily with the electrical supplies. The pilot lounge, with probably the additional rainfall, it exacerbated some roof leaking, so that has been repaired. The dissolution process continues, and I will conclude with an update at the end of this report. The airport maintenance and plow truck, that is readying the plow for the winter. The airport logo design has been reviewed by the committee and will be brought to council for some consideration in the future. Considering a tenant meeting, again, once the dissolution process is finalized, similar to what we did last year. And that's pretty well it as far as general business. As of 2025 or September the 2nd, the province of Alberta has officially recognized the dissolution of the Foothills Regional Airport. So it is now all official. We got that email late yesterday afternoon, and Manager Porter did not mention that this morning. On Friday, had the honor of representing Foothills County at the Heritage Heights School Playground grand opening, which was well attended. Dunbo Recreation Board had contributed about $45,000 to their overall budget of $155,000, and it was well received and the kids were amazing on this playground, and it should be good. And as I heard one kid say, "This is not boring." So I guess that's a good level of endorsement from the youth. And Madam Chair, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The only official one I had was Ag Service Board on Thursday morning. I'll just do a couple of things and Mr. Seward can finish up, but we talked about putting wild caraway on the noxious weed list, and we had a healthy discussion and back and forth on the resolutions on the use of strychnine and DEF in the county. And we gave out 2 scholarships for the ASB, or awarded 2 scholarships for ASB. And I don't know why we don't advertise who they are, but maybe you can speak to that, Mr. Seward. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Seward.
Thank you. Yeah, a few things. I'll just carry on with that ASB then. So yes, we had 3 applications for the scholarship, and we only award 2. So we had to choose 2 out of those 3. It was great to see the level of interest in the drive of our young people in the county as they pursue agricultural education, heading towards agricultural careers. Yeah, so we chose those two, and those two will be awarded the scholarships. And I believe, as per usual, it'll be congratulatory posted on our social media with a bit of a hula baloo in short order, as I see the checks are in our accounts today for those scholarships. Yeah, wild caraway. So council can look forward to a bylaw elevating wild caraway as a noxious weed from a non-regulated weed. This is an item that has been in policy for a number of years, but is recognized that under today's current legislation, policy doesn't work. It has to be done by bylaw. So that's why that is being brought forward and why it will come to council in the course of time. Also talked about an ASB bylaw, as we do not have one, never have had one as far as I understand. And in terms of any enforcement, should it come to that with enforcing the acts, it does help to have a ASB bylaw. So there are some revisions that are being made to that, and we brought back to the ASB before it comes to council. Talked about those resolutions going to the ASB South Region Conference in a few weeks, one regarding strychnine and Richardson ground squirrels, the other one talking about death and emissions reduction stuff on agricultural equipment. And the request is just to have an exemption to allow those pieces to not be included on agricultural equipment. When you consider the sheer cost of maintenance and repairs and everything that goes along with it, the whole environmental benefit becomes questionable. And on that same note, we did a motion as well to refer that to council for consideration of something of the sort coming to the RMA. So you'll see that in due time as well. I think that's about it for ASB. I did have the opportunity to represent ASBs provincially at the University of Calgary Veterinary Medicine School as they had their grand opening on Monday for their new facility, as they increased students from 50 per year to 100 per year. So that has just started now. And it was great to see the money invested there and the long-term vision of increasing veterinarians in the province. It's great to see or to go on a tour of the facility as well, not just the new facility, but the old clinical skills building. Certainly a highlight for me was seeing all of the models and preserved organs and pieces and such. So it was very fascinating. One of the few times I can put my hand in the back of a cow and come out with a clean hand when they're made out of rubber. Subdivision Appeal Board, we had 2 hearings, and ASB Provincial Committee. So we met with parliamentarian to go over rules of procedure as we're making changes there. And Foothills Land Trust, we had our meeting, and there's a new property we're looking at and have signed a letter of intent to proceed down that road and hopefully get in conservation easement on that. But there are some significant constraints, as I've mentioned in the past, about the changes to the Alberta Land Trust grant program. So hopefully it works. All the monitoring for this year is just about done. Just one more property to do. Lots of concern with Canada thistle on the properties. And that would be all from me this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costello.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I attended by Zoom Leighton Arts Centre board meeting. It was going to be in Calgary at the Métis Calgary Family Services, and I had to be somewhere else, so I zoomed in my vehicle and brought them up to speed on what will be happening north of Leighton on 144th Street with the purchase of that undeveloped road allowance and the 2 old unused well located on that road allowance that we talked about last week. And not a committee, but a fun meeting. We had Curtis Millerville Fair. We're already starting to plan for next year. The fair was just in August and away we go. It was a very long meeting, everything from radios, parking, security, food, sound system, prize payouts. And it was about 3 hours on what we needed to do next and different ideas. We went over all the stats, and I guess the best one is that pie auction. I can't believe anybody would pay $1,100 for a pie, but that pie auction makes a lot of money for the fair. And we, next meeting, we start planning the fair book for 2026 and everything we're going to do. And that's it, Madam Reeve. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our open discussion. Director Hemingway, anything in open? Oh, sorry, Counselor. Oh, yes, let's go to you. Yes.
Sure, thank you.
Perfect. Go
I don't
ahead.
have much of a
You got
report.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for coming back to me here on the committee reports. Lots going on, nothing official, just meetings with the community association. So it's been really busy. I am done with that really big pile. Thank you. Prudis and Prudis Greens and some great discussions with citizens there. So on my committees, though they weren't meetings, just some interesting things to share. I'm working with the Dark Sky Committee as we have a meeting coming up on Thursday. And in the interim, wanted to prepare something for the children who may attend. So I did work on a coloring book page for them, and the page is related to our dark sky hunter owl, and it's a derivative of the other design. So this is made in a form that they could have a nice coloring page at the event. And also I've been in contact with one of the sign companies that in relation to some of our aspirations with the Dark Sky Committee, and found a special kind of a bolt and a receiving end that is theft proof, or at least it really endeavors to be theft proof. So I'm going to share that with Public Works as to something that might help on our signs, and see if they're already aware of that. And if they're not, maybe we can use that on other signs as well. So I'll share that with them. And that's it for my report today. Thank you.
All right. Director Hemingway, anything in open for council?
Nothing. Thank you, Madam Reeve.
Okay, manager advisor, no. CIO Payne, anything in open?
Just very quickly, a reminder for councillors who are planning to attend the Foothills Little Bow meeting. That's this Friday morning in Lethbridge. And then one question for council. We've had a email come from the commanding officer at RCMPK division asking if we'd like to have a meeting with them at the fall convention for RMA that's coming up here in November. We did meet with the commanding officer, I believe last spring actually, but we could perhaps follow up on the CPIC partnership with Fresk as one item. If council's interested, I don't know if there are any other items that council may wish that we ask for.
Okay, anyone? Meet with the RCMPA? Yeah, we could meet with them on that one item. I'm sure we'll think of other ones as well. So yes, we can respond. We haven't. That'd be great.
Okay, and that's all I had, Madam Reeve. Thank you.
All right, and then I just wanted to quickly review the resolutions at the Little Bow. The first one's from Tabor regarding protein resolution. They want to introduce providing donated livestock to food banks, and that's one of their resolutions. So I just, for those of you who are going, I'm not able to attend that day, but perhaps council can give you an indication on whether or not you're supportive of that. I know in the past the food banks have said that it's a problem because then they have to invest in freezer and adequate storage for these for the beef or for any meat that's donated. So it becomes an issue there. But I think if that's the intent of the resolution, I would be in favor of it. So maybe we can give an indication to the councillors that are there. Are we okay with this, and what's your thoughts on it, if you have any? Councillor Seward.
Yeah, just for clarity. So the resolution is requesting that the province provide funds for the butchering of animals that are donated to various food banks. So it's not for the animals themselves, it's just for the cost of butchering is from what I understand.
Yeah, yeah, and I think, but the spin-off piece is for the food banks was always, where do we put it? We have to invest in freezers, and so I think that's a good question for them, and maybe you can relay that on behalf of everyone.
And yeah, and I know locally they have significant freezer
There's need,
space.
yeah.
Our food banks do. So,
Yeah,
but it is asking the province for more money to be spent as well.
yeah. Okay, well, we'll leave that one at your discretion. You can see how that one goes. The next one is from Willow Creek. I think it's excellent. They want to have a virtual option for RMA. We've been pushing for this for a long time. I think it needs to happen because a lot of councillors don't want to go every time, and the expense for each municipality is huge. So I would be in full support of that one. Anyone else? Are we thumbs up? We're okay? Yeah. Okay, and the last one, it's from Cardston County. And that one is a longstanding issue we've had here is making historic hamlets be recognized by Alberta Transportation for funding. We've had a lot of discussion on that in Foothills County, and we've lost out on government funding because of that. So I'd be in full support of this one. Any comments, or can I get a thumbs up or thumbs down? Everybody, or comment? Yeah. Yeah, Harry, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you kind of, but online they probably can't. It's on, I think, as Garrity says. Are you on? Okay.
So the two issues with our historic hamlets that have come up is you have to have both residential and commercial use within a hamlet for them to qualify. So some of them have been disqualified. And then when you get to Millerville, the issue is the size of the lot. So and I can't remember the exact number, but the lots cannot be over, you have to have so many lots under a certain size. And Millerville's were all 10 square feet over. So they didn't qualify. We were looking for water funding. So that's, it's that resolution needs the province not only to recognize historical hamlets, but also to change the qualifications of what is a hamlet. So municipal affairs gives you a list of hamlets, and AT says, no, they're not hamlets because they don't meet these rules. So anyway, just that's something to keep in mind when looking at that resolution. And I don't know if it's in the background on that resolution or not, but that's been the problem in the past.
Yeah, and I think if they made all historic hamlets eligible for funding, that would take those all in, no matter what their disagreement is. But AT, you're right, and the province need to work together on this because they're conflicting for sure, and we've ran into that in the county. So yeah, I'm okay, but yes, as long as they have some clarity on on it. So thanks for that. I think we're all good with that one. Okay, we're at 12:04, so I take a motion for lunch. Councillor Castel, all in favor? The motion carries. We'll see you at 1. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We do have a couple items left on our agenda before our hearing, so let's go to miscellaneous planning item D1. Anderson Northwest, Northeast 1321-4 west of the 5th, bylaw 33/2025. Second and third reading was tabled from earlier this morning, so I'll go to you, Director Hemingway, on this one.
Just a quick recap. What we're doing is this is two parcels in the northwest of 132104 in Councillor Castell's division. Council approved a 7.6 acre country residential parcel around the existing residence in the very northwest corner, and there'll be a 32 acre agricultural balance which will be boundary adjustment and consolidated into the adjacent quarter section in the northeast of 132104 at the time of subdivision, which is also on your agenda today. Further to our discussion on this item this morning, intending to request second and third reading, Councillor Castell asked about an existing driveway and easement access that crosses the south boundary of the northwest of 13. I can't tell, my map's covered here. Okay, so the northwest of 13, the very south boundary of the northwest of 13, you can see on the air photo on page 87, there is a driveway that comes in from Parkins Road and goes east all the way across that south boundary. It crosses 3 different titles before it gets to the quarter section, which is the subject of the application this afternoon in our subdivision. That easement was registered in 1993. Which allows for access to the quarter section over what was then a 40 acre parcel along the south boundary of that quarter section. So the only party, there are a few easements on those lands, but there is one specifically that allows for access across the south boundary of that quarter section to access the quarter section that's the subject of the subdivision this afternoon. You know, I said it's a 1993 easement access. When I don't recall us discussing this with the applicant or his agent when he was in the room, and the agent really didn't know much about anything, so it wasn't a particularly useful conversation when we're talking about other aspects of it. So if council is interested in requiring the applicant to execute a discharge of easement as a condition, I would suggest that would be a condition of subdivision, not of land use. Because we can no longer condition. We're at the point where we are looking for second and third reading of the bylaw. But I would also caution council, it was not a discussion at the public hearing as I recall. There's nothing in our notes on it. So it's just something to think about.
All right, thank you, Councillor Castell.
I thank you, Madam Reeve, with that clarification then. I will give you a motion. Let's see, where is it? Because I've got an update one here. I don't know whether other things were added, but I will give you a motion to approve third or give it second reading. Is that what we're doing right
Second
now?
reading.
Yeah, second
Yeah,
reading.
just second. Okay, I'll give you that.
Or 84 of your agenda has the language.
Right.
Okay, you have a motion for second reading. Thank you. Further discussion? Ask for the vote. All in favor? Motion carries. And third reading on the bylaw. Anyone wishing? Councillor Alger gives us that. Further discussion? All in favor? Okay, motion carries. Okay, and now we'll go into subdivision. Motion to go into subdivision approving authority. Councillor Castell, all in favor? Motion carries. E1, Anderson, Northwest, Northeast, 1321-4 west of the 5th, request for subdivision. Page 114 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. This is the part of the proposal where we create the 7.6 acre country residential lot. Now that we have a 32 acre balance, we will be requiring that to be consolidated into the quarter section to the east. as a whole. You can, I'm on the wrong page. Apologize. Actually, I think the staff report's wrong.
Yeah, it is.
This is yeah.
It's repeated in here, should be for subdivision.
I don't have the subdivision.
There's,
Oh, that's,
Where's the handout?
yeah.
Oh, here it is.
I was wondering where
Oh, I think I threw mine.
Okay. So now we are looking at creating the 7.6 acre parcel and then requiring the consolidation of the balance into the quarter section. You can see the ultimate configuration of the lots on page 120. And I have no concerns with respect to the suggested conditions for your consideration. As discussed earlier, if council wishes to require the applicant to execute and register the discharge of easement agreement, this would be the place to locate that decision.
Councillor Castel.
thank you, Madam Reeve. It has been a contentious little road. I'm not going to go into details here. If that's possible, I would like that closed so there won't be an access through there. That's why the road to the north was built. That's why all this was done to have a boundary adjustment so that the road could be built through there, because there is a problem going through those three properties. And there has been many problems. So closing it would be a good thing.
Yeah, I'll just clarify, all we're doing is requesting the applicant today to discharge his easement. There are two other easements across those properties that we can't request of.
Fine, that, yeah, the other two, they can,
Yeah,
it's not a problem.
just to make sure it won't solve it.
But we
Won't solve
don't
everything.
want that road used by parcel 2 from now on. And all the other conditions I'm fine with. So I will give you a motion for subdivision with all the conditions that you put in.
And including the discharge of execute the discharge of an easement and registration of that.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can support the motion. Just a question of clarity. So the 3 lots along the southern part of the quarter that we're dealing with this road, when I highlighted on the ortho map, the road itself is part of the middle lot. So would there be another easement on the next guy to the east?
Yeah.
So there's 2 or 3 easements.
3 easements, I believe.
That he
Yeah.
has to.
But there is one clean easement that just provides access to this quarter section, and that was the first one.
Yeah.
Done when it was a 40-acre parcel. But since subdivision has occurred twice, there's been easements registered on it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I can support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the motion? I don't see any, so I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. All right. Are we ready for F9 special ballots? We've got a handout. I'll go to you, Councillor Roll.
Sorry, I just.
Oh, motion to go out of subdivision approving authority. Thank you.
And
all in favor?
One more after that quickly.
Okay.
Just consecutive numbering, I think we're F7. Are we? Did I get
Sorry?
consecutive numbering, I think, are we F7?
Yes, sorry.
Just
F7.
that's the only thing I was going to share.
Yes,
Thank you.
F7, special ballot. Manager Barrett. Or who's going to speak?
So today we bring this item before you as we've received a few requests from voting members of the community regarding whether they can do a special ballot vote. And in order for us to allow that, council would need to make a resolution before the close of nomination day on October 22nd at noon.
September.
I was just hoping it was done. So previously, Foothills County has not done special ballots, is my understanding. So it would be council's decision to decide if they would like to allow that for this 2025 municipal election. As the returning officer, should council wish to allow it, we would like to specify in the motion as to how a request for a special ballot package could be made in writing, by fax, in person, or by email, and also to set a deadline for the request for the special ballot package to be October 10th, and the cutoff date to receive the ballots back to us would be set for 4 p.m. on October 17th.
Okay, thank you. We'll open the floor up. Normally, they're allowed in person or sometimes mail. I certainly wouldn't be in favor of a fax or what was the other option? Email?
So to clarify, Reeve Miller, that's how they request the package.
Oh, okay.
But to actually submit the package, they would have to do it in person or by mail.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes. Okay, Councillor Ohl, go ahead.
Sure. Just a question is, if we approve this today, when can they start doing the process? After nomination day? Is that when it would be open to start the process to use this particular option?
We could actually set it so that they could start to request a special ballot package as of now. That would allow us lots of time to know who's going to request them.
Very good. I just wondered when the start date was going to be. Thank you very much. And I'm in favor of this.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And then I would just want to add to that, we won't be able to send them out until we receive the ballots, the printed ballots, and we can't order the printed ballots until after next week. So it'll be probably the first week of October before we can actually submit or send special ballot packages out.
Okay. How do you prevent them from being duplicated? Then you keep track of who you've sent them to and then who you've received them from?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would all be tracked.
Yeah. Councillor Seward.
Yeah, along that same line. So you can receive them by mail. I think I understood. So what's the protection to make sure that it's the right person filling it out?
Well, there's a variety of forms that they would have to fill out and to prove identification. But no, there would not be 100% guarantee that something wasn't altered in the mail or.
So the checks on that are on the receiving of the ballot, not on the filling out and sending it in.
Yeah, that would be correct. We would be verifying when we open the envelopes what the content is and if all the documents were filled out appropriately and the appropriate identification was provided.
And who it came from and that you're receiving it back from them. Yes, thank you. Not just a random person. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Castell.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. And you may not know this, but in the past, we've never done this. And what is the reason we have never done this?
I don't think we've ever been really asked by anybody to go forward, but I've had a number of residents that say they're going to be away on all the days that we're offering, and they would like that option.
Yeah, I just wonder on how secure it is.
Well, I think the secure is they have to request it. And then we're going to make sure that we only receive ballots from those who have requested. So if staff returning officer get a ballot from a random person that hasn't requested a package, they won't consider that as valid. Okay. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It is common that some special ballots that are received back aren't credited, so they won't count as a vote. They get disqualified if they don't meet all the criteria that they need to be.
Good. Okay, I'm okay with it. Deputy Revolver.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the floor, and thank Returning Officer Stanley for her work on this. I can support the request that authorizes the use of special ballots. This would give all our potential voters the opportunity to participate in the election. And if you are looking for a motion, I would be prepared to give you the motion that's proposed on the handout. Thank you.
I would, thank you. I'll take that motion. Councillor Olf.
Sure, I'm just looking up the dates here. Info for voters, I think it's under there. And we have advanced voting. I just want to check on the dates here and see if there's an overlap here. So the first date that advanced voting is available is October 4th. Will these be ready before October 4th? So if someone wanted to come into the office and pick it up and vote here in person and just leave it here, would that be a possibility?
They don't need a special ballot. They're here just to vote in the advance polls.
No, but not during the poll days, because some people are leaving before October 4th. So you were
Stanley,
saying,
they'll be available immediately. Is that what you said?
no, no,
Immediate, because the printers have to print the ballots, and we don't know what the ballots are going to look like till the September 22nd.
Okay.
right. So that's the date essentially after the printing of the ballots, then there would be something available for them, including a form and that. So for example, if someone came into the office for the purpose of picking up one of the packages and stayed here to vote and just left it here, is that something they could do? Because they're not able to come in for there's the 4th, the 7th, the 9th, and the 16th. And if they're not able to, because they're leaving before the 4th, I was just thinking it might be an option for them. That's all I was trying to figure out, is if it was ready before the 4th, they could come in on the 3rd or whatever day it was ready.
I believe so. I would have to confirm that, but I'm almost certain that we'd be able to accept once he's made application and filled out the forms, we can accept them back that same day.
And just, could they just be here to do it and just hand it back in? Okay, so they could come in, pick it up, and then hand it back in the same location,
Providing we have the ballots before.
providing that they're printed. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate it. I was just trying to look at the dates that were available and whether it would be of any use to them, because if it's not done by the 4th, it might not be helpful. So thank you.
If I may, Reed Miller, it's going to be a tight turnaround. So there's not going to be a big window of opportunity. And then the onus is on the person requesting the special ballot to make sure that it's back here in time. So they're going to have to allot for the mail time if they're mailing it, or FedEx it, or however they're going to get it back
And
to
has
us.
to be here by the 17th.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, we have a motion. There's nothing further. I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Let's welcome our guests in, and we'll take a 5-minute pause. Good afternoon, Foothills County. I will open the hearing for Chinook Feeders 2024 Limited, Northwest 31222 west of the 5th, a site-specific amendment. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor Suzanne Hall, Councillor R.D. McHugh, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Delilah Miller, Deputy Reeve Don Waldorf, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor Rob Seward, and Councillor Barb Castell. Thank you, Madam Reeve. We also have Director Heather Hemingway doing our presentation today. And as there are no members of the public in attendance at today's hearing, I'll forego reviewing our rules of participation for the public.
There's one there.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just briefly outline our hearing process this afternoon. First, we'll hear from our Director of Planning, and today that is Heather Hemingway. And then we'll go to yourselves, the applicants, for your introduction and presentation. We'll then hear from anyone who wishes to speak that has concerns regarding the application. We ask that you keep your remarks specific to this application and that they be limited to approximately 5 minutes. At any time, council and administration will be allowed to ask questions of anyone present. Finally, we'll welcome closing remarks from yourselves, the applicant, and then from our Director of Planning. So with that, I'll go to you, Director of Planning, Heather Hemingway, for your presentation, please.
Thank you, Madam Reeve and Council. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me all right. Yep. All right, this is an application under Chinook Feeders 2024 Limited. The applicant is numbered company 2716438 Alberta Limited and represented by Danielle Ciobini of Taurus Canada Renewables Natural Gas Corporation. I apologize if I didn't say that correctly. The application is for a site-specific amendment to allow for the anaerobic biodigester facility as a permitted use under the agricultural land use district on the southeast of 1727 west of the 4th meridian on the entirety of the quarter section. In addition, a site-specific amendment is also requested allowing for an exemption to the maximum height requirements for anaerobic digesters to a maximum of 30 meters in height. Accessory buildings, specifically the biogas upgrading building, up to a maximum height of 16 meters, and the flare tower structure up to a maximum height of 16 meters. Here we see the location of the subject property shown with the red star. It's in the far southeast corner of the county. This is in Councillor Seward's division, Division 1. This is lands owned by Chinook Feeders 2024 Limited at their feedlot. The subject lands are located approximately 10 kilometers northeast of the town of Nanton in a quarter section adjacent to the Willow Creek, MD of Willow Creek boundary. The subject properties are located within both intermunicipal development plan areas of the Foothills County MD of Willow Creek intermunicipal development plan, as well as the Foothills County Vulcan County intermunicipal development plan. Here we can see the land use in the surrounding area. The subject property is shown outlined in red. There are 2 parcels, either zoned natural resource extraction or on the way to being natural resource extraction, as well as a municipal reserve property. That was part of the flood buyout process. The feedlot have an existing NRCB approval for a confined feeding operation for approximately 56,000 beef finishers located in the north half and southwest of 1727 west of the 4th. This location allows for the integration with the existing manure supply of the feedlot and reduces hauling, odors, and produces renewable energy. The application is proposing to develop a manure-only biodigester that will produce renewable natural gas through an anaerobic digestion process, whereby the renewable natural gas will be injected into a pipeline. There are two phases proposed. The first phase is 70% of the cattle at the feedlot with a capacity to allow for about 136,000 tons of manure a year. The second phase of the project would increase capacity to meet 100% of the feedlot manure, processing 190,000 tons of manure per year, eventually generating 566,000 gigajoules of renewable natural gas a year. It is expected the biogas facility will operate 365 days per year with crews on site and/or deliveries Monday to Saturday, 7 to 7. The facility will process livestock manure, primarily delivered from the adjacent Chinook feeders, with some capacity to accept material from other farms if necessary. Overall manure volumes will be reduced by about one half, from 190,000 tons of manure annually to approximately 97,000 tons of solid digestate, along with recoverable liquid nutrients. In the event of emergencies, such as disease outbreaks or crop failure, the plant may be able to receive non-manure materials such as damaged crops or residues, ensuring operations can continue without interruption. What is produced is digestate, which as solid is stored temporarily and later applied to farms as fertilizer. Also, liquid digestate will be stored in a covered lagoon and will be applied to fields through irrigation. And ammonium sulfate will be stored in a tank on site and then trucked to farmers to utilize as fertilizer. In addition, there's renewable natural gas. The manure is broken down to produce a renewable natural gas and will be upgraded to pipeline quality and injected into the TC energy system. Two options are being reviewed for pipeline connections: construction of a new pipeline and metering station in collaboration with TC ATCO, or a tie-in to an existing natural gas collection system of a nearby oil and gas operator, thereby avoiding the need for a new metering station. This project is assessing the potential to capture and store carbon dioxide and separate it during the gas upgrading process. If geological conditions are suitable, the CO2 will be injected into underground formations through a sequestration well, further reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Should this component move forward, it would require additional provincial approvals to ensure CO2 storage is conducted safely and with the ongoing monitoring and reporting. As I noted earlier, this application is requesting exemptions to the maximum height requirements under the land use district as follows: the anaerobic digesters to a maximum of 30 meters, biogas building to a maximum of 16, and the flare stack to a maximum of 16. You can see the typical heights under this land use district below: 12 meters for principal buildings, 10.67 for accessory buildings, and antennas are what we're utilizing for, we're adding the flare stack to the antenna list for C to stay at the 16 meters. Here we see the site plan. We can see the Chinook feeders operation in the north half and southeast quarter sections, and the proposed biodigester in the south or southwest quarter sections, and the proposed biodigester in the southeast quarter section. We can see a map of the facility's layout. I'm going to ask the applicants to speak to the facility's layout versus myself. We have some photographs of the types of buildings that they are proposing. We have a processing building, an ammonia stripping building, and an anaerobic digester. Access to the subject lands is off 264th Street East, a gravel road on the west side, just south of 690 Avenue intersection. The development will utilize internal access to access the subject quarter section. The proposed operation is expected to reduce traffic on the public roads by approximately 50% once in operation. The majority of manure is sourced from the adjacent feedlot, eliminating the need for additional hauling on county roads. Primary traffic generation will be with the removal of digestate for land application. approximately 20 to 25 trucks per day during peak removal periods spread across 8 months window to avoid spring bans. This reduces peak congestion compared to existing manure hauling practices and minimizes road maintenance impacts. The water requirement for the project are anticipated to be 120 cubic meters annually. 3 types of water uses are proposed on the facility. Dilution for the preparation of manure slurry into the feedstock processing, industrial process water for softening and filtering in the plant systems, and then sanitary and potable water for staff use in offices and amenities. The project will source the first 2 water requirements from Chinook's effluent pond, which you can see on the site plan. This collects runoff from the Chinook feedlot to avoid the use of fresh water and will integrate into the existing feedlot water management planning system. Almost 800 cubic meters of water will be accessible all times for firefighting. A conventional septic system is proposed to collect wastewater from the toilets and drains located in the office. Public Works has noted that the water for firefighting capacity is to be sized appropriately to the site requirements. This will be confirmed by engineering design. This requirement will be dealt with as part of the development permit. This facility has been designed to contain and control all stormwater within the project footprint. Runoff will be directed to the lined digestate pond, which stores capacity for both liquid digestate and stormwater, including a 1 to 100 rain yearfall event. The digestate lagoon will utilize an impermeable cover to preserve ammonia and prevent the release of odors. Collected stormwater will be applied to land in accordance with nutrient management plans, ensuring no uncontrolled discharge from the site. Public Works has indicated a number of requirements, including the submission of a stormwater management plan, lot grading plan, drainage plan stamped by a professional engineer, and it must meet all requirements for secondary containment for above-ground storage tanks, industrial waste and wastewater branch from the Alberta Waste Environmental Protection, as well as geotechnical assessment. Again, these will be conditions of a development permit. The proposed manure-only anaerobic digester is not classified as a waste managed facility under the provincial matters related to subdivision and development regulations. Therefore, is not subject to the 300-meter setback requirement from a property line of any school, hospital, residence, or waste storage facility. There are other setback requirements under a POA. Those will be dealt with as part of the provincial regulation process. You can see some of these setback numbers here on the screen. Key mitigation measures include enclosed reception and processing buildings with rapid closed doors to prevent odor release, covered digestate lagoon to prevent ammonia loss and odor, biogas capture and upgrading for pipeline injections with emergency flare to prevent uncontrolled venting, air quality modeling and odor studies to demonstrate compliance, and noise and dust impacts are expected to be minor and limited to normal traffic and on-site equipment. Odors and emissions are expected to be reduced compared to traditional feedlot manure storage and spreading practices. The facility will be fenced and controlled for access for authorized personnel only. Comprehensive health and safety program and emergency response plans will be in place. Gas detection, alarms, emergency flares, and overpressure safeguards will be in place. Fire prevention systems, including hydrants, extinguishers, and emergency power shutoffs will be in place. And clear signage, protective railings, and piping color coding to support safe operations. A reclamation plan is required as part of the EPA approval, including financial security to ensure reclamation is completed. The land will be reclaimed in accordance with provincial requirements to ensure it is safe, stable, and suitable for future farming. The project is subject to several provincial approvals, including Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, Alberta Utilities Commission, Alberta Energy Regulator, Aboriginal Consultancy Office, Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Status of Women, and Natural Resource Conservation Board. Separate approvals for the carbon capture and sequestration include AER, Minister of Energy and Minerals, and of course, Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. Further to the land use bylaw amendment, a development permit application approval is required for the development of an anaerobic digester facility on the subject lands. We anticipate the following will be dealt with under a development permit. Any applicable access conditions, stormwater management, exterior lighting, parking, hours of operation, signage, and others as yet unknown. No subdivision is contemplated as part of this proposal. The following are other matters that fall under approval and regulation of the province: the facility construction and operation, pollution, emissions, and odor abatement, management of waste, feedstock, liquid and solid digestate and manure, groundwater licensing, use and monitoring, runoff and wastewater, land conservation, emergency response planning, reporting, record keeping, analytical requirements, and then finally decommissioning and reclamation of the site. The applicants are pursuing land use approval prior to obtaining provincial approval. This application was reviewed in terms of the following plans you can see on the screen. The application is consistent with the goals and objectives of those applicable plans. Justification as such is seen in your staff report. Public Works comments have also been provided in Appendix C of your staff report. Notice of this application was put in the Western Wheel on September 3rd and September 10th and posted on the county website. Notice of the public hearing was mailed to county landowners within 1 1/2 mile of the subject property, as well as 1 mile of the subject lands into the MD of Willow Creek. Prior to the hearing, no letters of concern had been received. Council is asked to consider granting first reading to the bylaw for a site-specific amendment to consider an anaerobic digester facility as a permitted use, as well as to allow for the exemptions of the maximum height regulation on the subject lands. Staff have also provided you with suggested motions for postponement and of course for refusal. That concludes my municipal presentation, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hemingway. I'll open the floor for questions. Councillor Seward.
Thank you, Madam Reeve, through the Reeve to Director Hemingway. Emergency response planning. So you had talked about that as being a provincially regulated piece. Does the county not have a part in that in terms of fire and such?
Well, I would likely defer this to Director Saulnier. However, in our past experience, the emergency response plan was a condition of Alberta Environment. And the emergency response plan did require, the condition did require work with the jurisdiction having authority, that be ourselves, and likely Willow Creek as well. And that the emergency response plan is a condition of Alberta Environment. They would have to accept it. But we would as well. So I would anticipate that that is how that would work. But we can certainly look into that with a little more detail when we get to the development permit stage.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And I guess you already answered my question about circulation to area landowners. So thank you for increasing the area, because if it was the standard half mile, I think one person would get a letter in the mail and he's in the room. So
yeah.
Discretionary versus permitted use. So that's one of the items to consider in this. In terms of that, so there's so much of this that is not the county. It's provincial regulatory bodies. So I don't know, I guess maybe I'm just throwing us out there in terms of how, like, there's not a lot of conditions that we would be putting on this at the development permit stage that would have municipal oversight.
No, I would concur. There's not a lot. There are some, just the use itself alone. So if it's a permitted use, we as development officers would not be able to refuse it. It would have to go forward, and conditions can be appealed, but the approval must proceed. If it's a discretionary use, then we are not obligated to approve it. And it offers a little bit more flexibility on conditioning. But the point you made is correct. The conditions are actually quite limited. The approvals, the vast majority of the approvals for the operation of the facility are under Alberta environment. We look at lighting, parking, off-site road impacts. So it's not the bulk of the matters. It's not the significance of the matters. But the discretionary versus permitted means do we have to approve it or do we not?
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else with any questions? I just had one on site-specific amendment versus what we did with the other biodigester, which was land use for, was it same?
Exact same process.
Okay.
Yeah, the
With that-
different height relaxations, different structures.
Okay,
This one has more height relaxations.
okay. I just wanted to make sure
Yep.
yeah.
So far, this is what's doing. We've certainly looked at how other municipalities approve these, what processes they use. Until we have a solid understanding of how council feels about them, I think we're going to stay in the site-specific amendment realm. Something like Lethbridge County approves them as a discretionary use in their agricultural land use district. So if we might get to that at some point in time, but I think we're a ways off from that.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so we'll go to you, the applicant, at this time for your introductions and presentation, please.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm Philip Abrari. I'm the president and CEO of Taurus Canada Renewable Natural Gas Corporation, based in Vancouver, British Columbia. And I'll be introducing the company and the project to you, and then my colleagues here will also get into the technical details about the project, how it's designed, and its impact on the environment and the local community. So the project is in partnership with Chinook Feeders, who is obviously a long operating group in the region with farming and cattle operations throughout, and this feedlot that is being developed was really identified as an ideal location to co-locate a biodigester. So Taurus was one of the companies that was involved in a process to bid on this project to create an opportunity for a biodigester, and we did so, and we are now collectively co-developing this project going forward on their site. Taurus's background is a company really focused on the development of renewable natural gas facilities. We are developing 4 projects here in Alberta, in southern Alberta, and a couple of projects in British Columbia right now. So we're Western Canada focused, heavily focused in southern Alberta, and we'll explain the reason behind that as we get deeper into the technicalities of what we're proposing here. But we've spent a considerable amount of time devising and coming up with a solution that really works exclusively with the cattle industry, which we find this to be a great opportunity for biodigestion. Our team's background is having worked with every kind of material for digestion and facilities, and ranging from poultry litter to household waste and beyond. So we took that cumulative experience and have developed something here that's unique to the cattle industry. And this is the type of project we're proposing to implement here with Chinook Feeders. We have another project that's further advanced than this one, of a very similar nature in Lethbridge County. And that project has already gone through its county as well as its provincial approvals, and it's fully permitted now. So the project will be co-located with the feedlot, and as we heard earlier, that's sort of the general location of the facility. We will be processing 100% feedlot manure from that feedlot. All of the solid and liquid digestate, which is essentially the byproducts of the process, will be stored and then eventually used on farmlands, because these are both very nutrient-rich materials and of great benefit to the farming uses around the area. And the ultimate production capacity of the facility is 566,000 gigajoules of renewable natural gas. And if we're successful in finding the right geological formation on or nearby the site, we'll be planning to sequester approximately 22,000 tons of CO2 annually. And I will hand it over to Daniele Chiodini to introduce himself and carry on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Daniele Chiodini. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of Toros. This is like the corporate title, or somebody call me the digestion guy for my experience in the field. And I'm European by origin, born and raised in Italy, and my whole career and my whole experience is in developing renewable natural gas facilities, building renewable natural gas facilities, and in many jurisdictions, not only North America, but also Europe. And then 10 years ago, I moved to Canada when I met Philip to start this venture with the company in North America. Toros' background, it's highly technical. We are a team of engineers and biologists with experience in biological processes. And as part of any development, we start from what we call the validation process, which is really understanding the fundamentals of what we are developing in any given region where we bring these kind of developments. So as Canadians, when we look at the opportunity that Canada has to offer, we recognize that in southern Alberta, there is a high concentration of animal operations, which in our terms is a high availability of feedstock, manure, to generate renewable natural gas. And we also found out that sometimes we can help farmers in elevate the profile of their operation and becoming greener towards the environment too. So when we step a foot in southern Alberta, we realized that there were no biodigesters in operation, but the animals were there. So we asked ourselves, how come this has not been explored yet? And we started from, again, our validation process. So we wanted to define a solution that works for the farmers and somehow connect the two biggest industry of this province, which are farming and the oil and gas. So given the unlimited amount of feedstock, we went to the drawing board to define a solution that works with manure only, which is the project that we are presenting, the application that we're presenting today. Now, in order to do that, our validation process consists in essentially running a biodigester 24/7 for almost 12 months. Why that long? Because we realized that feedlot manure changes quality over time. It goes from dry during summer and very wet during winter. The beef are changing diet. Different operators use different supplements to feed the animals. So we wanted to see what is this variability in feedstock quality throughout the year. So we have our own environmental lab with all of the equipment that we need to run this kind of testing. And the picture you see on the screen, that stainless steel bucket, that is a small version of a biodigester. So every day we had operators feeding the reactor with samples coming from a feed yard in Coaldale, which is today, that feed yard is the very first one that received all the approvals from the province and Lethbridge County, because the manure has to be a representative sample of what we are about to do. We really want to test what we are going to deal with in the future. With that testing, we were able to define all the gas production. We were able to define mass and energy balance. We had multiple steps of iteration with the farming community because this biodigester ties into the agricultural operation of these farmers. So now they have access to digestate, and we wanted to explain them what digestate is, what are the quality, what are the quantities, what are the forms. And we realized they have different need in terms of nitrogen application, phosphorus application, or they're growing 15 different crops. So we wanted to make sure to explain them how this product will improve their farming operations. And another big improvement in the processes was the water consumption. So we have introduced some technology to drastically reduce fresh water consumption for the facility. And again, we did it because in Southern Alberta, water is a scarce resource. So we wanted to preserve that as much as we could. And I will explain in the kind of process design how these new technologies are actually helping to optimize the water cycle. So the digestion process starts by blending feed manure with water, dilution water. As mentioned in our application, the dilution water will be provided by the runoff pond from the Chinook feed yard. That water is totally fine, perfect characteristic to act as a dilution media to the manure. And what we're doing in the first phase, we are blending water and manure and make sure we are creating a sort of soup that is perfect for our bacteria to make gas. And that process happens inside an anaerobic digester tank. In our technology, in our proposal, these tanks are in steel, bolted steel tanks, which are common in this kind of industry. And the process proceeds over time by generating renewable natural biogas, which is collected from the top of the digester tanks and is further upgraded to pipeline quality for pipeline injection. Whereas the side stream of CO2 that usually is vented through the atmosphere, we are planning to sequestering that CO2 whether we have the ground condition to do so. The so-called digestate, which is a mix of the undigested solid and the liquid, is dewatered through different equipment to maximize the solid recovery from the liquid. And the solid is stockpiled temporarily on a concrete pad, waiting for land application, whereas the liquid, most of it is recycled through the process, through that nutrient recovery system. And then the excess liquid is discharged into a cover lagoon, which I have some picture later on. I will show you what we are proposing for the digestate pond. The product of the nutrient recovery is called ammonium sulfate. It's a liquid fertilizer, which will be marketed through a fertilizing company. The site layout is designed to optimize the to minimize the footprint. So we choose like smaller tanks, but higher in elevation, hence why we are applying for the exemption in height. And the process, all the process happens indoor. We do have a reception building where the manure is offload. And from that point onward, all the process is fully automated. We don't need labor inside of the building. We have cranes to do all the process autonomously. And inside of the building, we have all the pretreatment equipment to make sure that we mix the manure with the dilution water. Then we have a set of process tanks. When we are fully developed, we will have 6 digesters built on site. We will start with 4 and then expanding to 6 when we are at full capacity. On the east side of the digesters, we have the kind of biogas treatment line with different steps of polishing to make sure we are protecting the upgrading system. We're proposing a membrane technology to upgrade the gas, and the renewable natural gas is then transferred via a pipeline into a gathering system north of the property, whereas the CO2, in case we can develop the carbon sequestration well, will be pumped towards the southern edge of the property where we are planning to drill the CCS. The pad north of the digester, that is the concrete pad where the digestate will be stockpiled. And that pad is very close also to the kind of Chinook manure staging area. And again, there is a temporary storage waiting for the farming season to land apply the solid manure. The other pond, east side of the gas upgrading system, it is the liquid digestate pond, which is designed for 9 months of storage to make sure that we can go through winter season and we can wait for farming season when the plants actually need the nutrient contained to the liquid digestate so the plant can maximize the growth thanks to the ammonia present into the liquid digestate. This is a picture of the liquid digestate pond. We will have a clay liner as a bottom liner. Then we have a plastic liner right above the clay liner. And then the digestate will accumulate above that liquid liner. And on top, we have another plastic liner to contain any odor emission or any ammonia emission. Why we decided to take a step forward and adding these components to the investment cost is mostly because ammonia, it's an extremely valuable fertilizer. We are doing a lot of work in the digester to convert organic nitrogen into ammonia. So that ammonia for us and for the farmers is a valuable product for maximizing the plant growth. So we don't want to lose that valuable fertilizer because it also displaced urea, hence lowering farming cost because then they don't need to acquire the same amount of urea that they would do otherwise without their ammonia. So by having a plastic tarp on top, we can ensure that all of that valuable stuff stays inside the pond. Then we also have additional systems and additional practices of how we control and reduce odors. The manure will be collected regularly from the feed yard. The fresher, the better in terms of energy production. And the fresher means the manure sits for less time outside on the pen floor and more time inside of the processing building or digester tanks and the digestate lagoon, hence mitigating and lowering the odor in the surroundings. We do, as explained, we do have a processing building where the trucks will enter and offload the raw manure. Those doors are provided with roll-up doors. So when the trucks gets in, doors closes, offload, and then in and out seamlessly through these doors. And then, once again, for odor mitigation and ammonia, to avoid ammonia losses, the digestate pond will be covered. When it comes to transportation, so anaerobic digestion is a process that essentially convert solid particles into biogas. So the side effect of that conversion is that less solid material leaves the digester facility. So compared to the input of raw manure, we are expecting 30 to 50% reduction of that solid material. And because everything happens inside of the feed yard, the amount of truck leaving the biodigesters are expected to be 30 to 50% less than what the feed yard would otherwise dispose without an anaerobic digestion facility. Another improvement of this solution is that because of the digestate is produced regularly, we do have the availability to track that manure more regularly and avoiding the peak that are typically seen in this region when everybody's concerned about winter condition and they want to clean their feed yard. we will have that material in stockpile and we can distribute the transportation over multiple months. And the liquid digestate will be pumped in the surrounding lands, again, to provide the crops with the nutrients that they need to grow. For the regulatory pathway, I will actually introduce my colleague that will walk you through the regulatory process. And Aito, up to you.
Thank you, Daniele. Hello there. My name is Aito Low. I am the development coordinator at Taurus RNG. I'm responsible for the permitting pathway as well as forming the EPA approvals that we've submitted at Taurus for other projects and what we'll be doing for the Chinook project as well. And then this is also mentioned by Heather as well. The first thing that we'll do immediately is the development permit, and that will go in tandem with the EPA submission. The EPA approval is expected to be finalized before the end of this year and look to be submitted. One note that I wanted to bring up as well is that this EPA will regulate this facility as a waste management facility under the Activities Subject Division Matters Activities Act. As a result of that, we will be going through all of the regulatory bodies for land, air, and water, and ensuring that this facility does not harm that environment. And as a result, Taurus has begun conducting studies such as the wildlife studies, vegetation studies. We've worked on the geotechnical, and we're starting the air dispersion, as well as our stormwater management plan for the facility. As well as that, the EPA approval will also look through the AUC for any sort of electrical generation. The facility will have a cogeneration facility on site to help supply its heat demand as well as electricity. Under any sort of pipelines, the Alberta Energy Regulator is involved, so we'll be working with them to ensure that all of our pipelines for whether it be RNG or CO2 sequestration will be met. As part of the First Nations recognition, we'll be working with the ACO, the Aboriginal Consulting Office, as well as the Historical Resource, as well as the Ministry of Culture and Status of Women for the Historical Resources Act as well. And that would be for any sort of archaeological subject matters. All of that would be for the anaerobic digestion facility. When we're going through the exploration of the carbon capture side of things, we'll be working more closely with the Alberta Energy Regulator, as well as the Ministry of Energy and Minerals to ensure that we have suitable geological storage, subsurface rights, as well as any sort of well bores that would be regulated by the AER from that point. What our timelines are looking at right now is we're currently in the stage of feed engineering. So we're still in the process of optimizing the facility. And as a result of that, hence why our maximum heights for the site-specific amendment are at what they're set right now. With further optimization and design, these numbers may change, and you'll see those in the development permit. On top of that, we are looking at we conducted some community engagement as well prior to meeting with council and prior to the site-specific amendment. We'll be going through this process with the EPA as well, and we look to have both of these permits, development permit and the EPA permit, submitted by the end of this year. And then hopefully our goal, which is in line with our other projects, is to have the EPA approval be processed between 6 to 8 months. And then we'll be looking at starting the construction, commissioning, and startup of the facility by mid-June to August.
And that's our presentation. If there's any questions, happy to take those questions.
All right, and I didn't want to neglect anyone else from your team that wants to speak, the landowner or anyone else wishing to speak. All right, thank you. We'll go to questions now. Councillor McHugh.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through the chair of the presenters. Sorry, which government organization did you say was going to call it a waste management facility?
The Alberta Environment, the EPA.
So AE
Environment protected areas.
will end up classifying it as a waste management facility.
Because they don't have any other classifications to classify it under. And they fully recognize that we're doing 100% manure, but they've never really encountered that. So they make sure that waste-like regulations are met under their regulations, but they do take into consideration the fact that this facility will only process feedlot manure.
Okay, appreciate that. So the footprint is 16 acres for what you're presenting, but you're asking for the whole 160 acres, a little bit of rationale around that.
I think the 160 is simply the size of the quarter section. It's not the amount of land that we would be utilizing for the facility.
So why not make it 16 acres, the footprint of the facility, rather than the whole quarter?
One of the things during the development process is the site location. At the current moment, we are still finalizing the location, the exact location, and rather than picking and choosing now, we decided to go with the entire corridor, and then at a later point, identify the location of the facility.
Councillor Seward, go ahead.
Thanks. Just jotting a couple of notes from that. Thank you. Through the reeve to the presenters, thank you for all of that. So a few questions. Liquid digestate. So you're covering this pond as opposed to leaving it open like some other operations. And as I read there, and as you presented us for the ammonia and for the odor. So the digestion process, you're capturing 90% plus of the ammonia, correct? So like what kind of ammonia would be left over once you put it into the liquid digestate pond? Are you talking 1% left, 2%?
Mostly 70% of the ammonia ends up into the liquid form. Some of that is residual on the solid digestate, but we don't have any losses of ammonia during the process. So all the ammonia that gets in with the manure eventually gets out as a digestate.
Okay, no, so like the manure goes into the digesters.
Yep.
And you're capturing most of you're saying 70% is captured?
70% is what goes into the digester, into the digestate pond. Liquid digestate pond.
70% of the
ammonia. Yes.
And so you're only capturing 30% of it in the digester?
No, 30% goes with the solid digestate. Inside of the digester, we are not capturing ammonia. Inside of the digester, we are just producing biogas.
Okay.
That goes through the top of the digester into the gas upgrading system. But the digester itself doesn't recover, doesn't capture, or doesn't lose any ammonia.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that.
Okay.
And so in terms of the liquid digestate, then, so you're pumping it out through the irrigation pivots that are there, maybe drag line. In terms of land available, you've got land, not you, but the feedlot, I guess, has land available to accept all of the liquid digestate portion. You're not going to be trucking it off somewhere.
No, all of that will be piped to the irrigation system of the land surrounding the project. Okay. No liquid, no transportation, no liquid will leave the facility on track.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that. Access. So you're accessing this property from on-site roads. From the west or from the north?
It's from the west.
From the west. Okay. So there's that, I don't know the road number, but it comes down right alongside the feedlot there. Okay. Now that road, very busy. I'm not sure who does the maintenance on it, whether it's the county or the feedlot, but it's really, I mean, right now, the only people that use it essentially is the feedlot. In my understanding, I could be wrong, but my understanding is the feedlot has typically been very generous in when the county has requested contributions to maintaining the roads in the area. So now we've got the feedlot, and now we're adding this. Would you be open to a contribution to help with maintaining roads in the area? I don't know what that looks like. I can't, it's just a general.
I guess, well, we probably need to also speak to the landlord. The way we are looking at, we are actually improving the situation already. Like we are already reducing the traffic by 30 to 50%. So we're actually doing something better as a contribution, monetary contribution. I probably need to take this back to the team and having an offline conversation.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. My final question, if I can find the right page, there's a piece in here about emergency emergency feedstock. So you were talking about using crops, using things like that, but then there was something about glycerol. What do you mean? Where would the glycerol come from? Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so that's first of all, that's a kind of a doomsday scenario. We came with that solution after some of the farmers challenge us with like a catastrophic cattle epidemic that will essentially wipe out the whole cattle population in southern Alberta. So in that situation, we wanted to come up with a contingency plan not to lose the bacteria inside of the digestion facility, because that would mean for us a critical failure of the system, and it takes a long time to restore the bacteria over time. So the plan is essentially, if that remote possibility might happen as in the 90s, the plan is that all the manure that is sitting on the feedlot pens will be slowly fed into the digester. So we will keep the bacteria alive with feeding manure. If after 6-7 months, the epidemic is still in full effect and there is no animal coming back into the region, we came up with, as a first contingency plan, if the cattle are not there, there is a lot of feed left behind because no animals are fed. So we can use that product again to keep the bacteria alive. We won't be producing at maximum capacity because it's not economical to do so. We just want to keep the bugs alive and make sure we can go through those harsh period without losing the bacterial population inside of the tank. If for any reason this epidemic lasts for more than 2.5 years, that's the expectation of how long the feed can last, then we would need to bring in some like glycerol, which is it's like a high concentrated energy for bacteria, and a tiny little amount of that product will keep them alive. So it's just really a contingency plan to address this tragic situation.
Okay, thanks. Final question. If you just comment a little bit about your outreach to the community. There's very little people here today. So you've had an open house. You've reached out to neighbors. How has that gone? Has there been some concerns shared with you, and how have you addressed it?
So about when did we have the meeting on site? A
couple of months ago.
Couple of months ago. So usually when we start the development of these projects, we want to make sure that the community is the first to be informed. We want to be good neighbors. So thanks to the support of the Sears family and the Chinook operation, they've essentially knocked door to door and met the surrounding neighbors to introduce this project. And we have organized like a workshop or like a session at their offices to explain what the project is about. Meanwhile, we were having communication with the county to understand what the process looked like. But we wanted to make sure that the neighbors knew what we were talking about and they didn't get a mail out of nowhere in their mailbox. As part of that process, we essentially prepared the presentation. The meeting lasted 2-3 hours in their offices. And we went through a similar presentation that what we've shared today, explaining all the aspects of this development. And the reaction was, in my opinion, positive. We always got the good questions about traffic, about odor, about water, about safety, all typical legit concerns that the community usually bring to us in the early stages of this development. So with that step done, then we filed this application in front of council, and we want to continue through the next steps.
Thank you. That's all I had for now.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you to the presenters for your explanation of all this. It was quite thorough in our staff report. It speaks of the exploration for your sequestration well. So this plant could go into production without that well being in place, and so the CO2 just goes into the air, into the atmosphere. Is that the okay? And have you had any experience with sequestration wells like the thing in Lethbridge, the plant in Lethbridge? Sorry.
So the beauty of this province is that there are a lot of CO2 sequestration well in operation. I think about 42 as of today, mostly in the oil and gas industry.
Yeah.
We went to tour some of them, like north of Edmonton, and the beauty of this process is that we are doing already all the work that is required to create a clean stream of CO2, which is it's called biogenic because it's a net zero impact into the environment. So in traditional digestion system is vented through the stack of the gas upgrader. But because we are trying to really leverage all the assets of this project, of this province, we realized that the southern Alberta is sitting on a prime geological formation to receive that CO2. And for our first project, we were lucky enough to be really sitting on top of one of these geological formations. So instead of venting through the atmosphere, we will have a compressor, and then the CO2 goes down the pipe into this geological formation. But in Alberta, the Alberta Energy Regulator already has specific permitting processes for these kind of applications. It's a very well-known process. The authorities we're working with is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral and the Alberta Energy Regulator, and they are guiding us through that process.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that. And just one more. So speaking of the pipeline, so 550,000 gigajoules per year. How far what's the closest tie-in to ATCO or TC Energy? Like, are we talking?
The tie-in is about 10 kilometers to the west. For ATCO, yeah.
Okay. And what's that line look like? Is that a 2-inch line, 3-inch line?
Yeah, I think it's the minimum commercially available. Yeah. It's 3 inches.
Yeah.
It is way more than what we need, but it's just the smallest one you can find on the market.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. That's all I meant to.
Thank you, Councillor Ohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is related to the emissions part of your report. And again, thank you for your presentation. So in your report, you do speak about flaring as an emergency measure. That's on page 69. And then on pages 74 and 75, you go into some details as to how you hope to, in emergency situation, use that as a measure. But my question is related to why you wouldn't use a different form of full burning of the product by going to incineration or perhaps to enclosed combustion. There's some other processes available, and you're willing to go to the effort of sequestering CO2. I just wondered why you would not choose, maybe you have some logistical reasons as why you would choose flaring over the other forms, because incineration has a much more complete burn. And then sometimes in flaring, you are only at about 50%. If you have a wind, there's a lot of a reduction in an effective use of the materials being burnt off. So I wasn't sure if there was some reasoning behind it, like the cost or the low population in the area, but it does add to odor and it does have an issue. So I just wondered why in your plan you've really reduced a lot of the other types of emissions through, I guess you could say, mechanical and other means. And I wondered how you came to the conclusion of using flaring versus another technology.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the flaring technology it's a standard technology for digestion facilities and very well regulated in Alberta too. So the reason why choosing the flare is mostly driven by the standard of the industry, also following the CSA 149, which is what's regulating flaring into biodigestion facilities. And that's the main reason. Then when it comes to concern about incomplete combustion or byproducts of combustion, we do develop an air dispersion modeling to validate that that doesn't have any impact on the air quality surroundings the digestion area. So these are mostly the reason why we choose that kind of technology versus others.
Okay, thank you for that answer. But I guess, like a lot of other industries, they have stepped it up to go to the next level. And from what you had shared here initially, that it's during the maintenance activities, shutdowns, power outages and such, or unforeseen events, but it is capable of disposing of the entire biogas flow as needed. So I guess it's just something to consider, the amount of uncombusted materials that would come into effect if that was the case. And then I guess just one of the other things I'm familiar with flaring is another situation, depending on all the conditions, is there is a fire hazard with that. So that's just something to be considered of.
May I comment?
Please.
So on the emergency flaring, thanks for bringing that up. It is an emergency situation because we want to ensure the safety of the process. So we want to avoid buildup of pressure inside the system. So the reason why the flare is designed for 100% of the gas is because if there is a power outage and there is no power through the site, we want to guarantee that all the gas is flared through the emergency. We don't want to release gas from the pressure relief valves because that would be releasing methane straight into the atmosphere. So the reason why it's designed at 100% capacity, actually 110% for a matter of safety, is because we want to guarantee that all the gas is consumed. Then the operation of the flare is an on-off operation in case of maintenance only. Otherwise, in regular operation, we don't want the flare to operate because that means that we're burning a valuable renewable natural gas. So it won't operate under normal condition.
Thank you. I understand that, but thank you. I think you're going to a lot of effort if you talk about CO2 sequestration there, depending on the amount that you use the flaring, it might be something to consider to just step that process up a little bit. And if it's not being asked of you, then it's probably not likely going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. For myself, I realize that a lot of the questions we're asking will be under the purview of the provincial government, not of the county, but just for my own knowledge. If you could expand a little bit on your effluent pond and the reason you're covering it But on other facilities, they do have aeration, there's extra scrubbing process takes place. So what's the smell like from that when you pull the cover off and you go and use that on cropland? How do you mitigate that smell? And will there be a smell? I'm assuming there will be.
So the pond will never be uncovered.
Okay.
Right? It always stay covered. How we pump the liquid out of the pond, we have a pipeline, like a culvert at the bottom of the pond, and a pumping station next to the pond. So we will never open that pond.
Okay. So it'll be injected out and onto the land?
Yes, it goes through. We will have a pipeline distribution system that ties into the PIVO irrigation system, where it blends with the liquid, with the irrigation water, and it's land applied to the crops.
Okay, so can you tell me about the smell then? What will the smell be like on it?
The smell, like when the liquid is blended with water, first of all, the ammonia emission is much lower than with concentrated digestate because of the essentially concentration of the ammonia. So it will be much lower than standing in front of the pond. Also, for agronomic reason, we want to dilute that ammonia concentration. Otherwise, you might risk to damage the crops. So my experience is that being a farming area, you will experience that typical odor of a farming area, but it's not going to be worse. It's going to be better.
Okay. And Director Hemingway, can you just speak to the circulation on this application? So it was probably quite a bit less because I don't see a lot of residences living around. So what was it one?
We did 1.5 miles in Foothills County simply to reach landowners that were not the landowner of the application.
Okay.
And then 1 mile into MD of Willow Creek.
Okay.
And that was, well, we heard from no one. I think further to Councillor Siewert's request with respect to consultation, I believe that these applicants also went to Vulcan County and to MD of Willow Creek councils and had a conversation with them as well. So they were made aware. We did receive a response of no concerns from the MD of Willow Creek, and we received no comment at all from Vulcan County.
All right, thank you. All right, I don't see any further questions at this time from council administration, so I'll go to the gallery. I have one person registered, Teresa Russian. Did you want to come forward and provide anything for comment? We just get you to come and speak on the microphone just because we've got people online and they can't hear you if you don't speak in. So sorry if it's a little bit formal, but.
Okay, my name is Teresa Russian, and thank you for having me here today. I was unaware of this meeting today. My husband just phoned me this morning around 10, and he had heard about it. So we're just on the south side of the Connemara. So we're about 1.5 miles south of the location for the southern location for the facility. Anyways, just a little history from me. I used to work for Chinook Feeders back from 1991 to 98. And it was just a little 3,500 head feedlot back then. It was a great job. Loved my boss, loved my coworkers. And I'm all in favor of progress, et cetera, but being community minded, I guess I have a few things. I loved your question, Miss Owl, Suzanne Owl. Good
Yeah,
question.
I'll just have you direct your comments through the chair, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
So that was a very good question with the flaring. And I guess my first question is, after I go home and mull it over a little bit, who could I contact for more questions that I might have?
And any questions that you have, we'll go back to the applicants and they can answer in their closing remarks. So just fire away with any questions you have.
Okay, so I guess impact to the community. I'm all for job creation and stuff like that. So how many jobs do you expect to create for the community through these projects? Oh, and how often would the flaring occur? In your estimation, just through maintenance and all the things that you can foresee? I just wondered how often that would take place. Like I said, I'm just like 1.5 miles southeast of your location. So I guess that's all I have for now.
So you
Probably
weren't
have some questions
circulated?
later.
Yeah, you weren't circulated on the application then? You're out of the circulation. You must be a little further than 1.5 kilometers.
No, we're
No?
just on Range Road 270.
Okay.
361627 West 4 is our land location.
Okay. We'll
Used to
check
ride
it.
my horse to work every day. Could leave home and be there in 5 minutes.
It
on
was a
horseback.
mile. Okay, it's a mile or kilometer? What are we in? Kilometers or miles? Miles, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
You're just outside of it. That's probably why you didn't get
Yeah.
circulated. So, okay.
yeah.
If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask them because this is your only opportunity to speak.
Okay.
So,
And then if there's any other consultations or any other information meetings, I suggest spreading it further than a mile. I know it is a little smaller population out there, but I do feel like it could be a little bit broader in scope, the consultation process or the information gathering process. Yeah.
okay.
But
All right.
anyway, yeah, thank you.
We'll go back to the applicant and hopefully they'll answer some of those questions. Thank you.
Yeah, good presentation.
Councillor Alger, sorry, did you have a question for me? Sorry, Miss Russian, Councillor Alger had a question for you. If we can just, get you to come back.
Sorry. Thanks, Madam Chair. I missed your last question. So you talked about jobs and who to contact, and what was the third thing?
Oh, how often the flaring
Flaring.
would occur
Okay.
with maintenance or whatever.
And just to comment, I agree with you 100% that these larger applications, that the scope should be a lot wider in the contacts.
Yeah, I think so too.
Agree with you
Yeah.
100%.
Like
Thank
at
you.
least 5 miles, because we are so spread out there. It's not dense like some other locations. But
Right. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank
Thank you. That's all the questions I see for you. Thank you. All right. Back to council and administration for any other questions. We'll have another go at this again. I'll go back to the applicant for your closing remarks at this time, please.
Yeah, so in closing, thank you for all of the input and the questions and the comments. I think hopefully we've addressed your questions, and if there's anything further, we'd be happy to provide greater detail. As to any specific questions on jobs, projects like this, these are fairly substantial projects. This project will generate within the construction period between 100 to 150 FTE jobs during the construction period because of all of the work that needs to be done on site. But on an ongoing basis, the facility will employ between 10 and 20 employees on a full-time basis. So we'll create jobs and opportunities in that particular operation, and wide-ranging jobs with different expertise would be required to operate this facility. As to flaring frequency, again, this is this is an emergency only situation because we don't want to just put methane into the atmosphere because it's a harmful greenhouse gas. So we burn it so that turns into CO2. Less than 3% of the time we expect would be the maximum amount that this flare would be operated throughout the year. So that equates to, say, 10 days total throughout an entire year, and it would not be continuously for any number of days. Obviously, it would happen every now and then, unless there's a catastrophic emergency where it has to operate. So it is really an emergency measure. We really want to reiterate that it is the standard practice used throughout the world. There are thousands of these facilities in Europe, and they all have flares. And nobody wants to run their flares because you're wasting your source of revenue for the facility.
Anyone else from your team wishing to speak?
Oh, I just want to thank you, everyone, for this opportunity, for the time, and we're happy to take any other question if council or community might have. We are happy to respond.
Thank you. Director Hemingway, closing remarks.
I would suggest that Taurus Engineering would be pleased to answer any further questions that the public may have going further, as was one of the requests of the concerned area landowners. They're certainly welcome to contact me and I can pass on the contact information, or I'm happy to try and answer the question if it's more of a land use aspect and not a technical question. And one of the things I wanted to point out just briefly was part of Councillor McHugh's concern. The application is not proposed, the current quarter section, the current subject lands are zoned as agricultural land use district, and we're not changing that. We're keeping the same land use district, but we are providing a site specific or suggesting a site specific amendment to allow for this biodigester. Where they just haven't exactly figured out the location, but because the location isn't figured out, that's why a site-specific amendment without changing the land use district works best. It's not like you can do several different biodigesters. It's going to be this facility, and there may be some shifts in the exact location currently contemplated, but these guys know it has to meet all setbacks, as I've drilled that into their heads. So that's not going to change. And I have nothing else to suggest, Madam Reeve. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Council and Administration for any questions. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the applicants. So just back to the flare and understand where it is in the system. Basically, the flare is attached to the biodigester bubble, I'll call it, so that in the event that something has to be flared out of the digester before the polishers can be used to remove some of the other gases, that's where it is kind of located in the system.
Yeah, the flare is south of the gas holder on the corner with the liquid digestate storage tank, storage lagoon.
Okay, but I've kind of got the process right there. It's basically if you're the digester that's capturing your raw gas has an issue, that is where it would be the outlet.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's what.
It's easy for us to point. It's hard for the public to see. So just raising that point, that's fine. Thank you for that clarification. And then, so if I got this right, so, it's what terms does a person use? So when we're talking about ammonia, by covering the pit, we're eliminating volatilization of the ammonia into the air. And in your process, you're going to capture that and use it as a fertilizer. And I can't remember, you're talking UAN, you're going to capture it as, like I understand your ammonium sulfate, and you're going to capture the ammonium and convert it into what type of fertilizer for liquid fertilizer? So UAN?
So it's ammonium. It's called ammonium sulfate. It is 9% nitrogen content and about 20% sulfur content, but it's in a liquid form.
But that's not the stuff that goes into the pond.
No.
So the pond is separate, obviously. That's just pure ammonia, highly diluted as 1% or something like that.
Yeah, right. 9%, so give her 60 liters an acre. Okay, on that. So back to your ammonium, you're capturing off of the pit. What form will that end up as a fertilizer?
It's ammonia, liquid ammonia.
So you're going to compress it and put it down as anhydrous ammonia? How are you going to capture the ammonia off of the pit, the gas that you're capturing off of the lagoon that is covered?
The ammonia is dissolved into the liquid. There is no ammonia gas inside of that pond.
Okay, so it'll be in the liquid itself.
Yes, it will be in the liquid.
Just to keep it from volatilizing into the air.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
For addressing that.
Okay, through the chair back to the Development Authority. This is kind of, I feel like the AEP here. We don't have anything else to classify it as, so we just keep calling it ag. Why does this not fit better under general industry than a site-specific amendment under ag? When I consider the processes here, we've got cogen, we've got natural gas, we've got a fertilizer plant, and none of these activities are agriculture. These are would be more fitting in my mind under general industry.
We currently don't have a biodigester. We do have a definition in our land use bylaw of a biodigester, and it's not in any land use district. So while we have the definition, it's not a permitted or discretionary use within any of the land use districts in Foothills County. It may be at some point in time, but currently it's not. So that's why it has to come through a site-specific amendment or rezoning of some kind so that council can make the decision with respect to it. If we were to include it under general industry district as a discretionary use, for example, then it would be a straight development permit if the lands were already zoned general industry district. This being way out here, general industry district has a huge number of permitted and discretionary uses that I would not consider appropriate on these lands, particularly with respect to the access and the water use. So we would not consider rezoning these lands outside of the highway, way far outside of the Highway 2A corridor as general industry district, as that land use district is designed specifically for a very specific area in the county for heavy industry. There is no other land use district that allows for that. And as I said, there's a significant amount of permitted uses that we would not be able to refuse. So we keep the use very tight in a box as a biodigester. And we make the applicants come before council to consider allowing for that use on that land only. So there's no other way to get a biodigester approved in Foothills County but to come before council and request a site-specific amendment. We're doing it that way until we get a better feel for how council and how the public and how the industry wishes to contemplate these issues and whether or not there is a more efficient and less red tape way to go through them. But at this point in time, we feel this is what council would want to see, is a public hearing and a process where the applicants have to come in and ask council for permission to allow for this use on this land.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mine's question's fairly simple. Under the project project description that is in our staff report, 1.3 says the developer will enter into a lease agreement with the landlord for the entirety of the project's expected operational life of 25 years. What does year 26 look like for you folks, in your opinion?
Well, based on the provincial permits that we would obtain, year 26 would either see an extension to the facility, which would have to be permitted, and all lease agreements and all commercial arrangements would have to be extended, or we would be reclaiming the site and returning it back to its original purpose, and there would be a fund set aside for that purpose before we begin construction.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you, Councillor Seward.
Thank you. And just following up from Councillor McHugh's comments, I guess I'll go first to the applicant. So we're talking about site-specific amendment for the entire quarter. When do you expect to know exactly the location that you're going to be putting this on the quarter?
We have it we have actually defined it during this day is 80 meters east of where it is today. So it's right there.
Right there. Okay.
So if we want to confine in that area, we are totally fine with that.
I mean, we still are working on the sequestration piece to this too, and that might have some impact on the rest of the facilities. But we're talking about minor movements at this time. We've very, very much narrowed it down, but there are things you only discover once you really get on the site, which we've begun now with all the geotechnical studies and that, where you just need to move things around a little bit here or there, and you need that flexibility in order to be able to come up with the optimal design.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Narrowed it down to around 16 acres. Is that what you're thinking for the site?
The site will always, it's just 16 acres that will morph and move slightly this way or that way. It's not going to
Yeah, and I
Go
would
to
guess,
100 acres.
according to the way we tax people, you would want to get that defined because farmland and this would be taxed quite differently. So that
Yes.
would be your incentive, I'm sure, to make it smaller. Speak to me a little bit about the leachate. It says that you're going to pump that back into the digestate pond. And I know in our other facilities that handle leachate, we have to dispose of it through a wastewater treatment system, which really doesn't clean it out. It doesn't do much with it. It's just a requirement of Alberta environment. So how would this be different?
Yeah. So first of all, I apologize, but I'm not familiar with the type of leachate that is generated by the other project. The leachate that we are generating is essentially liquid product from the process. For example, in the reception building, we might have water running off the manure pile. Okay. We consider that a leachate. When we are doing maintenance to the pump, we need to drain the pump intake and downstream, so there will be some digestate or some manure that falls onto a concrete floor and it will be washed into a leachate system. So all of our leachate are from essentially manure derived or digestate derived leachate. Any spill, a truck, there is like an issue with a truck and there is an oil spill, all of that will be addressed through the spill prevention system, and there will be a spill emergency response, but it's not going to be commingled with the leachate that goes into the digestate pond.
Yeah, thanks. A different product. I'm thinking of the landfill, so it would be a different product, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, we don't have any of those type of leachate, any waste generated like recyclables or food waste in the office. All of those products will be handled by a waste disposal.
Okay, and then I had another question about carbon sequestering. Have you looked at other methods? And I know this will be in the province's mandate for you to work out with them, but there are other methods that aren't injecting it under the ground. So are you prepared to look at, and I know the province will come back to you with that question as well.
Yeah, as part of the feasibility study, we've looked at probably most of those technologies or solution. And there was a specific reason why we came to the conclusion that sequestration is ideal for this province. So I'm happy to elaborate further if needed.
All right. Any other questions from council or administration on this application? I don't see any, so I will close the hearing at this time. Should you wish to view council's deliberations, you're welcome to watch our live stream with the link found on the county's website, or a decision will be sent to you once the minutes have been ratified at next week's council meeting, or you're welcome to remain in the gallery as it is probably close to our last item of the day to discuss. So with that, I just want to wish you a great rest of your day and thank you all for taking the time to come in today. Thanks. Let's just take a 5-minute break here. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue on with our discussion from our hearing for Chinook Feeders 2024 Limited. I'll open up the floor for dialogue by starting off with the councillor of the area, Councillor Seward. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. Interesting to see this application before us today, quite a bit different than ones we've seen in the past. This application is in an area with very, very low population, I guess, so to speak. The feedlot adjacent to it has a very large, substantial amount of land that surrounds the area, which provides a significant amount of separation from the biodigester to any residences in the area. I like that they're covering the liquid digestate pond. I think that goes a long ways to reduce impacts in the area. It's in the right place. I like that they're not hauling in a bunch of material from off-site. So all of the manure that is being used in it is produced on the adjacent feedlots. So yeah, I don't have any concerns with this. I think all the details will be sorted out through the appropriate provincial bodies. You know, there's a discussion in our staff report in terms of permitted versus discretionary use. Because any relevant details are going to be dealt with through provincial bodies, and we don't really have any part of that. I don't see any real benefit to making it discretionary and thereby providing an uncertainty to the investors and just opening up that can of worms. I just don't see any benefit. So I would support the permitted use. In terms of the whole quarter versus just a little bit, I'm satisfied that there are sufficient restrictions in place, and I'm good with it. So, Madam Reeve, I would give you the motion motion for first reading as laid out on page 28.
All right, thank you. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll echo the comments of the councillor of the area. This was well presented. I think all the questions were answered, and I think they're prepared to answer all the questions of the other regulating bodies that will be asked. And I have no concerns with this, so support the motion. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Waldorf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the floor, I too can support the motion. Much of the information has been discussed, and won't redo some of the questions. But I mean, the recent Ag Minister's statement on the definition of ag uses, I think that helps clarify it's not industrial. We've gone through the where the feedstock is coming from locally. Yes, I too agree with the covered pond makes a lot of sense. Really, not much concern on traffic. It's using internal roads, and heard about the water usage, which is fine. Stormwater is well documented. Appreciate the interest from the public. Not that there was that much, and I believe that the applicant certainly answered those questions. And as I say, I'm at the point of certainly supporting it as well. Thank you.
Councillor Castel.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I too support this application and the motion. I like the fact that they said less traffic on the roads actually, because they won't be hauling it out now. It'll save our roads and provide a lot of jobs in the area. So I can support the motion too.
Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the chair. I can generally speak in favor of the motion on the floor. I would look to the area councillor and just ask if we could do a little bit of a friendly amendment and make it for a facility up to 16 acres in size on the described quarter of 160 acres, just so that there's a little bit of a limit on Just so that it's specific that it is for a 16-acre biodigester and not a 160-acre biodigester is what I was thinking. And I guess I would feel more comfortable to bowl, even though there are caveats that are going to override us from the provincial government. I would be more comfortable if it was discretionary. At least that leaves some sort of a window open if we ever want to potentially have some say. I think in the future, something is going to have to happen here. We're going to have to come up that the Alberta government can define that. Well, the Alberta government hasn't decided that it's ag 100%, that they haven't even determined. They're describing it as a waste facility. So what I'm trying to get across here is that I think at some point we have to come up with land use for these biodigesters, because it does not fully fit under ag when you look at all the components that are involved. Cogen, natural gas, fertilizer plant, these are not typical on agricultural parcels or in the agricultural district. So I guess my first ask was a friendly amendment to quantify the size of the biodigester on the 160 acres. And then secondly, I guess I would ask if you would consider discretionary instead of permitted.
I guess I would weigh in on the size without knowing exactly how much they need, whether it's 16, 17, 20. I wouldn't want to pigeonhole them into that. I think that's perhaps a hard thing to do when you've got a project of this size. So I wouldn't want to do that. At least give some latitude if you're going to do that and say 25 or 30 acres, or increase it, because you don't know what the regulator's going to come back with. They may want the pond to be larger. They may not want it to be as deep. This is quite a different pond than what was proposed at the other application. It is a lot deeper. It is sure less area acreage wise. There's different product going into it, the ammonia for one thing. So yeah, a different application for sure, and a different situation with regard to the pond. So yeah, I wouldn't want to pigeonhole them in just in case the province comes back and says you have to do something different than what you've proposed, and they well could adapt this application. Deputy Reeve Waldorf, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the floor. As mentioned earlier, I can support the motion, and I would like to ask for a recorded vote.
All right, thank you. Councillor Castel, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. I think it's fine at the 160 acres. They've researched all this. If they had wanted something smaller, they would have brought that into us. They didn't. I'm not an expert. They are. None of us are experts on this because it's new. So I'm fine with the motion that Councillor Seward made.
Thank you. And Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the chair, appreciate the comments from the Reeve. I also think it's important that it is a little bit limited in size and scope. The application says that it will be a 16-acre footprint for the biodigester. I think 25 is a reasonable suggestion. I don't think we want an 80-acre digestate pond out there either. So by adding in a little bit of a limitation and still leaving it open at 25 or 30 acres, at least we know what we're dealing with. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Seward.
Yeah. So I'm just looking and unless it's somewhere else that I'm not seeing it, the 16 acres is approximately. And as I look at some of the pictures, I could be wrong, but it looks to me like perhaps just the buildings and specific infrastructure might be that 16 acres and not including the liquid digestate pond. I could be wrong, just judging by the pictures. And I just, yeah, as the Reeve had mentioned, there's a lot of stuff to go with this yet, and a lot of unknowns and a lot of twists and turns could happen. So I think there's sufficient safety with all of the provincial regulators that this has to go through yet. So I would leave my motion, as I stated, with the entire quarter and permitted use.
Thank you. Director Hemingway, can you?
May I weigh in?
Thank you. Yes, please.
A common ground to consider. I mean, this is the challenge that we face when the applicant comes before you in advance of going to the Alberta Environment Governance and going through that entirety of the process. But I still think this is a better process. I think this is a better way, but you have to live with a little bit of unknown because of that. So one of the conditions on the land use application is to make the development permit application. The development permit application has to be hard and fast. That's where the details have to hit the road. So in order to contemplate or maybe consider the concerns that are spoken to, you could allow for the anaerobic digester facility as proposed and as a discretionary use. What that does is it gives the development officer the ability to turn down if it's a 160-acre biodigester versus the 20-acre biodigester. You know, and you have to look at the fact they're not including the effluent pond. The Chinook effluent pond is not in that 16 acres. It's already there. The roads are not in that 16 acres, but we'll look at the entirety of that. So I still anticipate with council's decision on a permitted, on the land use rezoning as a discretionary use, that the development officer would approve it if it looks like what we saw today. Generally like what we saw today. And a pre-release condition will be approval from Alberta Environment. And then it gives us a little bit of flexibility. It gives you some comfort that if it comes in completely different, then we won't approve it and we don't have to approve it.
Councillor Siewert.
Thanks. So just the as proposed piece, where would that go?
You've got a
Your mic
note
is on.
in there saying, are we supportive of permitted or discretionary?
Yeah. On that same one, council may choose to grant first. Council may choose to grant first reading on bylaw XX25, approving the application for a site-specific amendment to allow for an anaerobic digester facility, and I would say generally as proposed. Let's use the word generally. As my suggestion, discretionary use on the subject lands and to allow for the exemptions to the maximum height requirement for the project as included within the draft bylaw attached as Appendix D. It gives the development officer a bit of flexibility to approve only what we really saw today, even though moved slightly, maybe a little bigger, maybe a little smaller. But it also gives anyone in the community an opportunity to appeal that development permit. As well as the applicant's ability to appeal a condition. I don't anticipate that. I really don't.
What was the other one, discretionary or permitted?
That was permitted, but we already had an approval from
From the
Alberta
province.
Environment, and we had already gone through an environmental appeal board hearing.
Yeah, and that's
What else were we going to talk about?
right.
No.
Yeah.
So it was already done. This one's not.
We can always change it, I guess, if we felt.
They're going to make their development permit application right away. They want this
Okay.
in the door by the end of the year. They want the DP by the end of the year, and they want their AEP submission in.
How do we do a DP when you don't have details from the AEP decision?
We can. We basically we're making a biodigester that looks generally like this, but it's a pre-release condition that all approvals from Alberta Environment are in place.
Okay, back to
We
you.
just deal with what we have authority over. Here.
Right.
No.
That's right. Councillor Siewert.
Yeah, nothing more to add, just, yeah. So moved.
As discretionary or permitted?
And I'll stay with permitted. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else speaking to the motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just speak in opposition to the motion. Discretionary, as described by administration, gives a little bit of latitude, holds the applicant to abide what was presented here today. This is a huge project. If there is an appeal by somebody in the community, gives them a chance to speak their mind if they weren't here today. Number of advantages to what was suggested by administration, and gives me the confidence that what we did see here today is what's going to be contemplated. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Roll.
I guess my preference would be to be discretionary as well, because there's really then no, depending on any future development permits, there's no other process for engagement, because after it's done as a site-specific amendment, permitted use, any other development permits related to that, there could be some change that comes to it, but it's not appealable. So that's my only concern, is not having that mechanism, and it just holds accountability for that reason. And otherwise, I think I'm in favor of moving it forward. I just feel like administration has also brought that to our attention today in our discussion, but also in the staff report. They did bring it to our attention for consideration as well, and I appreciate the dialogue on it. I was just thinking into the future after today, what would be there for neighbors in the future. And that's why I think I feel more comfortable with the discretionary. Thank you.
Director Hemingway, DP is always appealable, is it not?
Permitted use is not appealable.
All right. Back to you, Councillor Stewart. Does your motion stand?
Can we have 5 minutes?
Sure. Yep. Let's take a 5-minute break. I'll maybe just, if you don't mind, Counselor Seward, I just had some questions about, so we go through and make it a discretionary use. We put the DP, or even if we made it an approved use, we put a DP in place, but we can only deal with what is in the county's purview. So roads, dark sky, those issues. And so for me, if people are concerned about other major things like the pond or the process itself, then they have an opportunity to go through the AEP appeal process as well on those issues where the county, we have nothing we can say on those issues once the province comes in and approves this application or doesn't.
Even
approve it.
before
Yeah.
they approve this application.
right.
Yeah, even before.
Thank
So
you.
we approve the development itself, very similar to what council saw today, and we can condition it regarding municipal issues, lighting, hours
Yes.
of operation, roads, signs, that kind of stuff, but we cannot condition it such that we overstep Alberta Environment's jurisdiction.
Yeah.
And if there isn't, if say, for example, it's a discretionary use development permit and a community member appeals because they feel that something in the application may impact them, emissions or odor may impact them. I don't believe that we'll be able to uphold that appeal because it's
No,
not
it's
something
not in
in
our
our purview. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's a challenge of the chicken before the egg. Do
Yeah.
we issue the development permit after the EAP approval? We're trying to do it differently than last time, and the applicants want to go to EAP, and EAP wants us to give them a development permit before they approve it.
Okay.
So we're figuring this out as we go.
Okay.
But I'm feeling that this gives us, basically the province is asking for us to give what we can approve on it, or to agree with it before they'll consider finalizing their approval. So we just can't be in conflict with what their approval is.
Okay, and it comes back for a DP here for council.
Nope.
If it's permitted, we don't need a
Either
DP.
way, it's not direct control. It's the land use is actually not changing. It stays as agriculture. So staff will issue the development permit.
Okay,
No.
okay, I would go to you, Counselor Seward.
And in comparison to an appeal to a provincial body, if it was appealed based on one of our conditions or whatever, an appeal through the county's process is a month, 6-8 weeks, typically. Okay. And if the developer did not like conditions, he can appeal as well, correct? So it's a protection not just for area landowners, but also the developer. Okay. So Madam Reid, if you'll allow me to change my motion, I would give you a motion for first reading as a discretionary use.
Generally as proposed.
Generally as proposed. Yes, correct.
Thank you, Counselor Roll.
Thank you. I'm in support of that. And one of the things I thought of was about the size and scale, and that would help with the generally as proposed. And that would be within our purview to comment on. I understand a lot of it's not, but I think the size and scale is. So thank you. I appreciate that amendment.
All right. Anyone else? All right, we'll start with you, Counselor Roll. How do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Thank you, Counselor McHugh.
In favor.
Myself in favor. Deputy Reeve.
In favor.
Counselor Alger.
In favor, Madam Chair.
Counselor Seward.
In favor.
And Counselor Castel.
In favor.
Thank you. Motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. All right. We'll continue on with our agenda. Accounts. Are we ready for accounts for September 17th? Any questions on accounts? Counselor Seward.
two questions. Check number 70610. So this is $40,000 to the Red Deer Lake Community Association. Just clarity, is this through the rec board, I'm assuming? Yes, correct. Okay. And my second question, EFT 29961. So this is for transportation programmer. If I could just get some explanation as to what this is all about. Oh, sorry. Yes, I said I meant 61. 29961. $2,100 to a personal name, transportation programmer.
Yeah, it's the yearly allocation of the Red Deer Lake from the Red Deer Lake British community.
If I may, Madam Reeve. This one looks to be with regards to FCSS Regional Transportation Project. Would this be one of the approvals from the FCSS committee for payment? I won't say the name in public session, but I'm wondering if Councillor Castel maybe recalls.
I might, Madam Reeve,
Go ahead.
I believe that's what it is, but I'd have to look it up.
Okay, we'll confirm it later if you're okay with that. Okay, got the thumbs up. Anyone prepared to make a motion? Counselor Seward, further discussion? All in favor? The motion carries. I believe that exhausts our agenda other than closed session items. So with that, we would take a motion to go into close, please. Counselor Castel, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back, everyone. We have completed our agenda, so if I'll go back to council administration, is there anything else that you'd like to bring up before we adjourn? I don't see anything, so I would take a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor McHugh, all in favor? Okay, motion carries. We'll see you all next week, September 24th, council meeting.